There are places on this planet that simply shouldn't exist, at least, not according to what we think we know. Remote structures built with impossible engineering. Islands where magnetic compasses fail. Deserts with glass that may have formed in nuclear-like blasts thousands of years ago. Regions where ancient lore aligns eerily with modern science. These aren't myths or tall tales. They're real locations, documented and studied, yet still unexplained. Before we dive in, a quick note. The visuals in this video are here to enhance the experience, but they're not essential to follow the journey. You can let this play in the background while working, relaxing, or even falling asleep to these unresolved mysteries. And if you enjoy content like this and want to see more, consider subscribing to support the channel. Now, let's begin our deep dive into the most mysterious places on Earth that defy explanation. Deep in the mountains of southwestern Vermont lies a stretch of wilderness that locals refuse to enter alone. They call it the Bennington Triangle, and for good reason. Over the course of 5 years in the 1940s, 5 people vanished without a trace in this seemingly peaceful corner of New England. No bodies were ever found. No conclusive evidence ever emerged. Just empty trails, abandoned belongings, and families left forever wondering what happened to their loved ones. The term Bennington Triangle was coined by author Joseph Citro in the 1980s, drawing parallels to the infamous Bermuda Triangle. But unlike its oceanic counterpart, this triangle of mystery sits among the rolling hills and dense forests of Vermont, encompassing an area of roughly 36 square miles centered around Glastonbury Mountain. To most visitors, it appears as nothing more than beautiful wilderness, dotted with hiking trails and scenic overlooks. But scratch beneath the surface, and you'll find stories that defy rational explanation. The mystery begins long before the modern disappearances. Native American tribes, including the Abenaki, traditionally avoided the area, believing it to be cursed. They called it the place where the 4 winds meet, a spot where strange energies converged, and where the natural order of things could be disrupted. European settlers who arrived in the 1700s initially dismissed these warnings as superstition, but over time, they too began to notice that something wasn't quite right about the region. The town of Glastonbury itself tells a story of abandonment and decay. Founded in 1761, it thrived for over a century as a logging community. Sawmills dotted the landscape, and a narrow-gauge railroad carried timber down from the mountains. But by the late 1800s, the easily accessible trees were gone, and the town began to empty. By 1937, Glastonbury had lost its charter, becoming what Vermonters call a ghost town. Only a handful of residents remained, scattered among the vast wilderness that had once supported a bustling community. It was against this backdrop of isolation and abandonment that the modern mysteries began. The first disappearance occurred on November 12, 1945. Mitty Rivers, a 74-year-old hunting guide with decades of experience in these woods, was leading a group of hunters up Glastonbury Mountain. Rivers knew every trail, every landmark, every potential hazard in the area. He was the kind of man who could navigate the forest blindfolded, someone who had spent more time in these mountains than most people spend in their own homes. As the hunting party made their way through the woods, Rivers walked ahead to scout the area. The other hunters could see him just a few yards in front of them, moving with the confident stride of someone who belonged in these woods. Then, in the space of a heartbeat, he was gone. The hunters called out, thinking perhaps he had ducked behind a tree or stepped into a depression, but there was no response. They searched frantically, covering every inch of ground where they had last seen him. They found no trace of Rivers, no sign of a struggle, no indication of where he might have gone. The search that followed was extensive. Local authorities, state police, and volunteers combed the area for weeks. Bloodhounds were brought in, but they lost Rivers' scent at the exact spot where the hunters had last seen him, as if he had simply vanished into thin air. Planes flew overhead, scanning the canopy for any sign of the missing guide. Ground teams checked every ravine, every cave, every possible hiding spot. They found nothing. Midi Rivers had disappeared as completely as if he had never existed. The disappearance might have remained an isolated incident, chalked up to accident or misadventure, if not for what happened next. On December 1st, 1946, exactly 1 year and 19 days after Rivers vanished, 18-year-old Paula Jean Weldon set out for a hike on the Long Trail, a popular hiking route that runs along the ridge of the Green Mountains. Weldon was a sophomore at Bennington College, a bright and responsible young woman who had made the hike before. She was last seen by several witnesses on the trail, wearing a bright red coat that made her easily visible against the autumn landscape. Other hikers passed her and exchanged pleasantries, noting that she seemed in good spirits and was making good time along the well-marked path. Then, like Rivers before her, she simply vanished. When she failed to return to her dormitory that evening, college officials launched a search that would become one of the largest in Vermont's history. The FBI joined the investigation, bringing in additional resources and expertise. Hundreds of volunteers scoured the mountains for any trace of the missing college student. The search extended far beyond the Bennington Triangle, covering vast areas of Vermont, Massachusetts, and New York. Investigators followed up on countless tips and supposed sightings, but none led to Paula Jean Weldon. Despite the massive effort, involving multiple agencies and thousands of man-hours, she was never found. The case attracted national attention, partly because of Weldon's background as a college student from a prominent family, but also because of the complete absence of clues. There was no evidence of foul play, no indication that she had left voluntarily, no trace of where she might have gone. The FBI agent in charge of the case later called it one of the most baffling disappearances he had ever encountered. But the Bennington Triangle wasn't finished. On December 3, 1949, exactly 3 years and 2 days after Weldon's disappearance, 70-year-old James Tetford boarded a bus in St. Albans, Vermont, bound for Bennington. Tetford was returning from a visit to relatives and was well known to the other passengers, many of whom were neighbors from his hometown. The bus made several stops along the route, and at each one, passengers confirmed that Tetford was still in his seat, still reading his newspaper, still chatting with fellow travelers. The bus arrived in Bennington on schedule, but when passengers began to disembark, Tetford's seat was empty. His luggage was still in the overhead rack, his newspaper lay folded on the seat, and his bus ticket was tucked into the seat pocket. But James Tetford was gone. Other passengers were questioned extensively, but none could explain what had happened. No one had seen Tetford leave his seat or get off at any of the stops. He had simply vanished somewhere between the last confirmed sighting and the bus's arrival in Bennington. The impossibility of Tetford's disappearance baffled investigators. The bus had made no unscheduled stops, and at each regular stop, the driver and passengers had accounted for everyone getting on and off. There was no point during the journey where Tetford could have left the bus without being noticed. Yet somehow, he had vanished from a moving vehicle while surrounded by witnesses. Less than 2 years later, the Triangle claimed another victim. On October 12, 1950, 8-year-old Paul Jepson disappeared while playing near his family's farm on the outskirts of Glastonbury. His mother had left him in the truck while she fed the pigs, a routine that had been repeated countless times without incident. When she returned less than 15 minutes later, Paul was gone. The search for Paul Jepson was immediate and intensive. His mother's screams brought neighbors running, and within hours, hundreds of volunteers were combing the area around the farm. Bloodhounds were brought in and successfully picked up Paul's scent, following it to a nearby crossroads where it inexplicably vanished. The dogs circled the intersection repeatedly, but could find no trace of where the boy had gone from that point. What made Paul's disappearance particularly puzzling was the timeline. In the 15 minutes his mother was feeding the pigs, Paul would have had to travel a considerable distance to reach the point where his scent disappeared. For an 8-year-old boy, it would have been impossible to cover that much ground in such a short time, especially without being seen by any of the neighbors who were working in their yards or fields. The final disappearance in the series occurred on October 28, 1950, just 16 days after Paul Jeppsson vanished. Frieda Langer, a 53-year-old experienced hiker, was camping with her family near Somerset Reservoir when she decided to take a short hike back to their campsite to change clothes. Her cousin offered to accompany her, but Langer declined, saying she would be back within 15 minutes. When Langer failed to return, her family initially wasn't concerned. She was an experienced outdoorswoman who knew the area well and had made the same hike earlier that day without difficulty. But as minutes turned to hours, worry set in. A search party was organized, and by the next morning, state police and volunteers were combing the area. The search for Frieda Langer was the most extensive yet. Helicopters joined ground teams, and every inch of the surrounding wilderness was systematically examined. Langer's disappearance attracted national attention, partly because of the growing awareness of the pattern of vanishings in the area. Despite the massive effort, no trace of her was found during the initial search. 7 months later, in May 1951, Langer's body was finally discovered in an area that had been thoroughly searched multiple times. The location was near an old charcoal kiln, in terrain that search teams had covered repeatedly. Even more puzzling, the body was found in an area that would have been easily visible to searchers, yet somehow had been missed during the intensive 7-month search. The condition of Langer's remains raised more questions than answers. After 7 months in the wilderness, the body was remarkably well preserved, leading some to speculate that it had been stored elsewhere and later placed at the discovery site. However, official investigations found no evidence to support this theory, and the cause of death was never definitively determined. These 5 disappearances, occurring within a 5-year span in a relatively small geographic area, created a pattern that couldn't be ignored. Each case shared similar characteristics: experienced people familiar with the outdoors, vanishing without a trace in areas they knew well, with no evidence of foul play or accident. The complete absence of clues in each case defied conventional explanation. But the mystery of the Bennington Triangle extends beyond these famous 5 cases. Local residents and researchers have documented dozens of other strange incidents in the area, stretching back over a century. Hikers report becoming disoriented on familiar trails, finding themselves lost in areas they know well. Compasses spin wildly, pointing in impossible directions. Electronic devices malfunction without explanation. Some visitors report an overwhelming sense of being watched, even when they know they're alone in the wilderness. There are accounts of strange sounds echoing through the mountains, voices calling from empty forest, and lights moving through the trees where no human presence should exist. Photographers have captured unexplained anomalies in their images, strange mists and shadows that seem to appear only in pictures taken within the triangle. While such reports might normally be dismissed as imagination or misperception, the sheer volume of consistent accounts has given researchers pause. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Bennington Triangle mystery is the geological uniqueness of the area. Glastonbury Mountain sits at the intersection of several magnetic anomalies, areas where the Earth's magnetic field behaves unusually. Some researchers have suggested that these anomalies could affect navigation equipment and possibly even human perception, potentially explaining why experienced outdoors people become lost in familiar terrain. The mountain itself is composed primarily of schist and quartzite rock formations that contain high levels of iron and other magnetic materials. During thunderstorms, the peak of Glastonbury Mountain is frequently struck by lightning, leading some to speculate that the area might be subject to unusual electromagnetic phenomena. Whether such forces could account for the disappearances remains a matter of debate. Another theory focuses on the area's history as a crossroads for various Native American tribes. Archaeological evidence suggests that the region has been used for thousands of years as a meeting place and ceremonial site. Some researchers believe that certain locations accumulate what they call psychic energy over time, creating areas where the normal rules of reality don't quite apply. While this theory lacks scientific support, it's consistent with the traditional Native American view of the area as a place of power and danger. The isolation of the region has also led to speculation about more conventional explanations. During the years of the disappearances, the area was home to several hermits and recluses who had withdrawn from society to live in the wilderness. Some investigators have suggested that one or more of these individuals might have been responsible for the vanishings, either through direct action or by maintaining hidden shelters where victims could have been taken. However, this theory faces significant challenges. The nature of the disappearances, particularly cases like James Thetford vanishing from a moving bus, don't fit the pattern of human abduction. Moreover, extensive searches of the area have never uncovered evidence of hidden dwellings or facilities that could have been used to conceal victims. The theory of natural accidents, while more prosaic, also struggles to explain the complete absence of remains in most cases. The mountains of Vermont are home to black bears, but bear attacks are extremely rare and typically leave obvious evidence. The terrain, while rugged in places, is not so treacherous that experienced hikers would simply fall and disappear without a trace. Even in cases of fatal accidents, bodies are almost always eventually found. Some researchers have turned to more exotic explanations, including the possibility of dimensional doorways or time slips. This theory suggests that certain locations on Earth serve as gateways to other dimensions or time periods, and that people who vanish in these areas have been transported elsewhere rather than killed or hidden. While such ideas are firmly in the realm of speculation, proponents point to the consistent reports of disorientation and the complete absence of physical evidence as support for their theories. The Bennington Triangle has also attracted attention from researchers interested in what they call Earth mysteries, the study of ancient sites and natural locations that seem to exhibit unusual properties. These researchers note similarities between the Vermont disappearances and vanishings at other locations around the world, including the Hoia Forest in Romania, the Bridgewater Triangle in Massachusetts, and various sites in the American Southwest. What makes the Bennington Triangle particularly compelling is the concentration of incidents in both time and space. While individual disappearances occur everywhere, the clustering of 5 major cases within 5 years in such a small area represents a statistical anomaly that demands explanation. The fact that the disappearances stopped as abruptly as they began adds another layer to the mystery. Since 1950, there have been occasional reports of missing persons in the area, but nothing approaching the intensity of the 1940s cluster. Some researchers suggest that whatever phenomenon was responsible for the original disappearances may have been temporary, perhaps related to specific environmental conditions that no longer exist. Others believe that the increased awareness of the area's dangers has led to more cautious behavior among visitors, reducing the likelihood of additional incidents. The impact of the Bennington Triangle mystery extends beyond the immediate families affected by the disappearances. The cases have influenced Vermont folklore, contributing to a rich tradition of stories about haunted mountains and mysterious vanishings. Local tour guides include the triangle in their narratives, and the area has become a destination for paranormal investigators and mystery enthusiasts. The disappearances have also had practical consequences for search and rescue operations in Vermont. The extensive, unsuccessful searches for the missing persons led to improvements in coordination between agencies and the development of new search techniques. The cases highlighted the challenges of conducting searches in dense wilderness areas and contributed to better training for search and rescue volunteers. From a psychological perspective, the Bennington Triangle represents something deeper than just a series of unexplained disappearances. It taps into fundamental human fears about the wilderness and the unknown. The idea that experienced, capable people can simply vanish without explanation challenges our sense of control over our environment and our faith in rational explanation. The mystery also reflects the tension between modern scientific understanding and older, more intuitive ways of knowing. While investigators have applied every available scientific technique to understanding the disappearances, the persistence of the mystery suggests that there may be aspects of reality that still elude our current knowledge. The Native American understanding of the area as a place of power and danger, initially dismissed by European settlers, now seems remarkably prescient. Today, the Bennington Triangle remains as mysterious as ever. The physical evidence, or lack thereof, has not changed. The families of the missing still lack closure. The theories continue to multiply, but none provides a completely satisfactory explanation for what happened during those 5 fateful years in the mountains of Vermont. Visitors to the area today will find a landscape that seems perfectly ordinary. The trails are well maintained, the views are spectacular, and thousands of hikers enjoy the region every year without incident. But for those who know the history, there's an underlying sense of unease, a feeling that the mountains are watching, waiting, perhaps preparing to claim their next victim. The Bennington Triangle stands as one of America's most enduring unsolved mysteries, a reminder that even in our modern, connected world, there are still places where people can vanish without a trace, leaving behind only questions that may never be answered. Whether the explanation lies in natural phenomena, human action, or something beyond our current understanding, the triangle continues to guard its secrets, waiting for someone brave enough or perhaps foolish enough to unlock the truth behind Vermont's vanishing people zone. Off the coast of Nova Scotia, Canada, lies a small island that has consumed the fortunes, dreams, and sometimes lives of treasure hunters for over 2 centuries. Oak Island, measuring just 140 acres, appears unremarkable from a distance. But beneath its surface lies what many believe to be the most elaborate treasure vault ever constructed, a maze of tunnels, traps, and floods that has defeated every attempt to reach its ultimate secret. They call it the Money Pit, not because of the riches it contains, but because of the staggering amounts of money that have been poured into its depths in pursuit of those riches. Conservative estimates suggest that over $100 million has been spent on Oak Island excavations, making it one of the most expensive archaeological projects in history. Yet after more than 200 years of digging, drilling, and investigation, the island's greatest treasures remain tantalizingly out of reach. The mystery began in 1795, when 16-year-old Daniel Magines was exploring the island and noticed something unusual. In a clearing on the island's southeastern shore, he found a circular depression in the ground, roughly 13 feet in diameter. Above it, a large oak tree extended a branch directly over the depression, with what appeared to be the remains of an old tackle block still attached. The tackle block, used for lifting heavy objects, suggested that something substantial had been raised or lowered at this spot. Magines had grown up hearing stories of pirates who once roamed these waters. The most famous was Captain William Kidd, whose treasure was rumored to be buried somewhere in the region. The combination of the depression, the tackle block, and the stories he'd heard convinced Magines that he had stumbled upon a buried treasure. He returned the next day with 2 friends, John Smith and Anthony Vaughan, and they began to dig. What they found exceeded their expectations and launched one of history's most enduring treasure hunts. Just 2 feet below the surface, they encountered a layer of flagstones that were not native to Oak Island. The stones had clearly been placed there deliberately, forming a kind of cap over whatever lay beneath. The young men removed the stones and continued digging. Every 10 feet they encountered another artificial layer. At 10 feet they found a platform made of oak logs, fitted tightly together and sealed with clay. They broke through and kept digging. At 20 feet, another platform of oak logs. At 30 feet, the pattern repeated. Each platform showed clear evidence of careful construction, with the logs fitted together precisely and sealed to prevent water infiltration. The regularity of the platforms convinced the treasure hunters that they were on the right track. Someone had gone to enormous trouble to create this shaft, far more effort than would be justified for anything but the most valuable treasure. But the work was more difficult than the young men had anticipated. At 30 feet, they were approaching the limits of their ability to safely excavate by hand, especially without proper equipment to remove the increasing amounts of water that seeped into the shaft. Reluctantly, they abandoned their dig, but not their dreams. Maginis eventually purchased the land where the shaft was located, hoping to return with better equipment and more help. It would be 8 years before serious excavation resumed, when the Onslow Company was formed in 1803 to tackle the money pit with proper funding and equipment. The Onslow Company brought professional mining equipment to Oak Island and resumed digging where Maginis and his friends had left off. They quickly confirmed the pattern of oak platforms every 10 feet and began to encounter additional mysterious features. At 40 feet, they found a layer of charcoal. At 50 feet, a layer of putty. At 60 feet, coconut fiber, which was particularly intriguing because coconut palms don't grow anywhere near Nova Scotia. The presence of coconut fiber suggested that whoever built the money pit had access to materials from tropical regions, supporting theories that pirates or other seafaring groups were responsible for the construction. The fiber was also an excellent filtration material, suggesting that it might have been placed there to manage water flow into the shaft. At 70 feet, the Onslow Company made their most exciting discovery yet. They found a flat stone, roughly 3 feet long and 16 inches wide, with strange markings carved into its surface. The stone was carefully removed and taken to Halifax for examination. Various experts attempted to decode the markings, with some claiming they represented a cipher that translated to a message about 40 feet below, 2 million pounds are buried. Whether this translation was accurate remains a matter of debate, but the stone's very existence seemed to confirm that the money pit was indeed a treasure vault. The Onslow Company pressed on, convinced that they were close to their goal. At 90 feet, they encountered what felt like another wooden platform, but this one seemed different. When they probed it with a crowbar, they felt the tool break through into a hollow space below. Excited by this development, the workers stopped for the night, planning to break through the platform the next morning. But when they returned, they found the shaft flooded with 60 feet of water. All their efforts to pump out the water failed. As fast as they could remove it, more flowed in to take its place. The Onslow Company had triggered the money pit's first known booby trap. Investigation revealed that the flooding was not accidental. The water level in the shaft corresponded exactly to the tidal level in the nearby ocean, suggesting that the shaft was connected to the sea by some kind of artificial channel. This was an incredibly sophisticated engineering feat for the time period, requiring detailed knowledge of hydraulics and considerable construction skill. The Onslow Company attempted to locate and block the flood tunnel, but was unsuccessful. After several years of trying to overcome the flooding, they eventually gave up, their funds exhausted and their goal unachieved. But the mystery of Oak Island was far from over. The failure of the Onslow Company only added to the legend, attracting new groups of treasure hunters eager to succeed where others had failed. In 1849, the Truro Company took over operations at Oak Island, bringing new techniques and equipment to bear on the money pit problem. Unable to keep the original shaft pumped out, they decided to drill down through the flooded section to see what lay below. This approach would prove revolutionary, providing the first detailed information about the pit's deeper levels. The drilling results were both encouraging and mystifying. At 98 feet, the drill encountered a spruce platform. At 104 feet, it hit what the drillers described as metal in pieces. At 108 feet, they found 22 inches of what appeared to be metal, followed by 28 inches of metal in pieces again. At 126 feet, the drill encountered another spruce platform, and below that, 7 feet of clay. The pattern suggested a series of chambers or vaults, each containing metal objects. When the drill was brought up, it carried traces of what appeared to be gold leaf and small pieces of parchment with writing on them. These discoveries seemed to confirm that the money pit contained not just treasure, but documents as well, possibly including maps, contracts, or other papers that might reveal the identity of whoever built this elaborate vault. The Truro Company also made progress in understanding the flood tunnel system. They discovered that water entered the money pit through an artificial beach at Smith's Cove, about 500 feet away. The beach had been carefully constructed with layers of eel grass, coconut fiber, and flat stones, creating a massive filter system that allowed seawater to flow into a series of stone drains. These drains connected to a tunnel that ran underground to the money pit, engineered so that any attempt to dig below a certain level would trigger massive flooding. The sophistication of this system was remarkable, representing a level of engineering expertise that was uncommon in the 17th or 18th centuries when the pit was presumably constructed. The Truro Company attempted to intercept the flood tunnel by digging parallel shafts and connecting tunnels, but their efforts were unsuccessful. The builders of the money pit had anticipated such attempts and had apparently created multiple flood channels, making it nearly impossible to block them all. After several years of trying, the Truro Company also exhausted their resources and was forced to abandon the project. The mid-1800s saw several other companies attempt to solve the Oak Island mystery, each bringing new techniques and theories to bear on the problem. The Oak Island Association, formed in 1861, made significant progress in understanding the scope of the underground works. They discovered that the flood tunnel system was even more extensive than previously thought, with multiple channels feeding water into the money pit from different directions. They also found evidence of a second flood tunnel system at the south shore of the island, suggesting that the builders had created redundant systems to ensure that the treasure would remain protected even if one set of tunnels was discovered and blocked. The level of planning and execution implied by these discoveries was staggering, suggesting that whoever built the money pit had virtually unlimited resources and plenty of time to complete their work. During this period, various theories about the identity of the treasure builders began to emerge. The pirate theory remained popular, with Captain Kidd and Blackbeard being the most commonly suggested culprits. But other possibilities were also considered, including the idea that the money pit might contain Spanish treasure from the conquest of the Americas, or even the lost treasures of the Knights Templar. The Templar theory gained particular traction after researchers noted similarities between the Oak Island works and known Templar construction techniques. The Knights Templar were renowned for their engineering skills and had access to vast wealth that disappeared when the order was suppressed in the early 14th century. Some theorists suggested that surviving Templars might have transported their treasure to the New World centuries before Columbus and buried it on Oak Island. As the 19th century progressed, the Oak Island mystery attracted attention from some notable figures. In 1893, a young lawyer named Franklin Delano Roosevelt became involved with a treasure hunting syndicate attempting to solve the money pit. Roosevelt remained interested in Oak Island throughout his life, even as he rose to become President of the United States, and he kept a file on the island's developments in his White House office. The early 20th century brought new technology to Oak Island, including steam-powered equipment and more sophisticated drilling techniques. In 1909, the Old Gold Salvage Group conducted extensive drilling operations and claimed to have found evidence of a cement vault at a depth of 153 feet. Their drill brought up pieces of cement and what they claimed were fragments of a treasure chest. However, their attempts to reach this vault were frustrated by the same flooding problems that had defeated previous expeditions. The group did make one significant discovery, though. While drilling, they found a piece of parchment with what appeared to be writing on it. Analysis suggested that the parchment was genuine and quite old, adding credibility to the theory that important documents were stored in the money pit along with any treasure. The 1920s and 30s saw several other attempts to solve the Oak Island mystery, each contributing new pieces to the puzzle while failing to reach the ultimate goal. One expedition discovered a fragment of Spanish leather, while another found traces of mercury, a substance commonly used to extract gold from ore. These discoveries suggested that the money pit might have been used not just as a treasure vault, but as a location for processing precious metals. World War II temporarily halted major excavation efforts on Oak Island, but interest resumed in the post-war period. The 1950s and 60s brought more sophisticated equipment and techniques, including the use of television cameras to explore flooded areas of the pit. These investigations revealed evidence of wooden structures and possibly artificial chambers deep below the water level. But the poor visibility and technical limitations of early underwater cameras made detailed examination impossible. In 1965, Robert Dunfield brought heavy earth-moving equipment to Oak Island, conducting what was at the time the most extensive excavation in the island's history. Dunfield's approach was to dig a massive crater around the original money pit location, hoping to expose the entire underground complex. His excavation reached depths of over 140 feet and uncovered extensive evidence of human activity, including wooden platforms, metal fragments, and what appeared to be cement work. However, Dunfield's excavation also caused significant damage to the site, potentially destroying important archaeological evidence in the process. His use of heavy machinery created new problems with water infiltration and may have inadvertently connected the money pit to previously unknown flood tunnels. Despite the massive scale of his operation, Dunfield was ultimately unsuccessful in reaching the treasure vault, and his work remains controversial among Oak Island researchers. The 1970s and 80s saw a shift toward more scientific approaches to the Oak Island mystery. Triton Alliance, led by David Tobias and Dan Blankenship, conducted systematic surveys of the island using ground-penetrating radar, magnetometers, and other advanced instruments. Their work revealed the existence of extensive underground chambers and tunnels throughout the island, suggesting that the money pit was just one part of a much larger underground complex. Triton Alliance also made some of the most intriguing discoveries in Oak Island's history, including what appeared to be a hand-hewn chamber at a depth of 235 feet. When they lowered a camera into this chamber, the images showed what looked like wooden chests, tools, and possibly even human remains. However, the chamber was flooded and filled with debris, making detailed exploration extremely difficult. One of the most significant developments of this period was the discovery of the so-called Chapel Vault, a large underground chamber located near the money pit but separate from it. The Chapel Vault appeared to be artificially constructed and was filled with water, but it was large enough to contain substantial amounts of treasure. However, like the money pit itself, the Chapel Vault proved impossible to fully excavate due to flooding and structural instability. The modern era of Oak Island exploration began in the 1990s with improved technology and better understanding of the site's geology. Ground-penetrating radar surveys revealed that the underground works were even more extensive than previously thought, with evidence of tunnels and chambers throughout the island. These discoveries suggested that Oak Island might have been used as a base of operations for an extended period, rather than simply as a quick burial site for treasure. In 2006, the Oak Island mystery gained new attention when brothers Rick and Marty Lagina purchased a controlling interest in the island and began a systematic investigation that has continued to the present day. The Lagina brothers brought both substantial financial resources and a methodical approach to the project, using the latest archaeological techniques while also drawing on more than 2 centuries of previous research. Their work has been documented in the popular television series The Curse of Oak Island, which has introduced the mystery to a new generation of treasure hunters and researchers. The show has also attracted criticism from some archaeologists who argue that the treasure hunting approach may be destroying important historical evidence. But it has undeniably raised the profile of the Oak Island mystery and attracted new resources to its investigation. Under the Lagina brothers' leadership, numerous significant discoveries have been made on Oak Island. These include medieval lead fragments, parchment pieces, bone fragments that have been carbon dated to various historical periods, and metal objects that appear to have been worked by human hands. While none of these discoveries constitutes definitive proof of treasure, they do suggest that Oak Island has been visited by humans for many centuries, and that significant effort has been expended on various construction projects there. One of the most intriguing recent discoveries is a series of stone formations and artificial beaches around the island's perimeter. These appear to be part of an elaborate water management system that was designed to channel seawater into the underground tunnel network. The sophistication of this system continues to amaze engineers and archaeologists, representing a level of hydraulic engineering that was uncommon in pre-industrial times. The Lagina brothers have also made progress in understanding the timeline of activity on Oak Island. Carbon dating of various artifacts suggests that human activity on the island spans many centuries, with the most intensive period of construction occurring sometime between the 14th and 18th centuries. This timeline is consistent with several of the leading theories about who might have built the Money Pit complex. Despite more than 2 centuries of investigation and millions of dollars in expenditure, the Oak Island mystery remains unsolved. The Money Pit itself has been excavated, flooded, re-excavated, and excavated again so many times that the original shaft can no longer be clearly identified. The constant digging and re-digging has created a complex of interconnected shafts and tunnels that makes it difficult to determine what is original construction and what is the result of treasure hunting activities. The flood tunnel system continues to function exactly as its builders intended, frustrating every attempt to create a permanently dry workspace in the deeper levels of the pit. Modern pumping equipment can temporarily lower water levels, but the flow of seawater is so constant and voluminous that it remains economically impractical to keep large excavations pumped out for extended periods. Various theories about the nature and origin of the Oak Island treasure continue to circulate. The pirate theory remains popular, particularly given the island's location on historic shipping routes and the presence of materials like coconut fiber that suggest connections to tropical regions. Captain Kidd remains a favorite candidate, especially given historical records that place him in the general area around the time the Money Pit might have been constructed. The Spanish treasure theory suggests that the Money Pit might contain wealth looted from the Americas during the conquest period. Spanish ships regularly passed through these waters carrying gold and silver back to Europe, and it's conceivable that some of this treasure might have been diverted to Oak Island for safekeeping. The discovery of Spanish leather and other artifacts on the island lends some credibility to this theory. The Knights Templar theory has gained significant traction in recent years, particularly after the discovery of lead artifacts that appear to be of medieval origin. Proponents of this theory argue that surviving Templars might have transported their legendary treasure to the New World, arriving in Nova Scotia decades or even centuries before Columbus. The sophisticated engineering of the Money Pit complex is cited as evidence of Templar involvement, given their renowned building skills. More exotic theories include the possibility that the Money Pit contains religious artifacts, such as the Holy Grail or the Ark of the Covenant, or important historical documents, such as original Shakespeare manuscripts or proof of pre-Columbian contact between Europe and the Americas. While these theories are largely speculative, the discovery of parchment fragments in the pit does suggest that documents of some kind may indeed be stored there. The scientific approach to Oak Island has revealed that the mystery is far more complex than early treasure hunters realized. The island shows evidence of human modification over many centuries, with different groups apparently using it for different purposes at different times. This complexity makes it difficult to attribute all of the island's features to a single treasure burial event. Geological studies have also revealed that Oak Island's unique properties may have made it an attractive location for various groups throughout history. The island sits at the intersection of several underground water systems, creating natural conditions that could be exploited for engineering projects. The bedrock structure also provides natural chambers and cavities that could be enlarged and modified for storage purposes. The environmental impact of more than 2 centuries of treasure hunting has also become a concern for researchers and conservationists. The constant excavation has altered the island's natural drainage patterns and may have damaged or destroyed important archaeological evidence. Some critics argue that the treasure hunting approach prioritizes the search for valuable objects over the careful preservation of historical context. Modern archaeological techniques could potentially provide more information about Oak Island's history, but such techniques require a more measured approach than the aggressive excavation methods traditionally used by treasure hunters. Ground-penetrating radar, electromagnetic surveys, and careful stratigraphic excavation could reveal the sequence of construction activities on the island without destroying evidence in the process. The psychological aspects of the Oak Island mystery are as fascinating as the physical evidence. The island has attracted hundreds of treasure hunters over the years, many of whom have invested their life savings in pursuit of its secrets. The combination of tantalizing clues, near misses, and constant frustration creates a powerful psychological dynamic that keeps people coming back despite repeated failures. This psychological pull is enhanced by the sunk cost fallacy, the tendency to continue investing in a project because of the resources already committed to it. Each failed expedition leaves behind new clues and theories that convince the next group of treasure hunters that they are closer to success than their predecessors. The result is a cycle of investment and disappointment that has continued for over 2 centuries. The Oak Island mystery has also become deeply embedded in Nova Scotia culture and tourism. The island attracts thousands of visitors each year, contributing significantly to the local economy. Gift shops sell Oak Island-themed merchandise, and tour boats regularly ferry visitors to view the site from the water. The mystery has become a brand, with its own mythology and devoted following. The media attention surrounding Oak Island has also contributed to its mystique. Numerous books, documentaries, and television shows have explored the mystery, each adding new layers to the story and introducing it to new audiences. The current television series has brought unprecedented attention to the island, but it has also raised questions about the balance between entertainment and serious archaeological investigation. Recent technological advances have opened new possibilities for Oak Island research. 3-dimensional ground scanning techniques can now create detailed maps of underground structures without the need for excavation. Advanced diving equipment makes it possible to explore flooded chambers that were previously inaccessible. DNA analysis can provide information about the origins of organic materials found on the island. These technologies have already produced some intriguing results. Sonar surveys of the flooded areas have revealed what appear to be artificial structures at depth that would have been impossible to reach with historical excavation techniques. Chemical analysis of water samples from the flood tunnels has identified unusual mineral compositions that suggest the tunnels passed through previously unknown geological formations. The question of what lies at the bottom of the Money Pit remains as compelling today as it was when Daniel Magini's first began digging in 1795. The physical evidence strongly suggests that something significant is buried there, but the nature of that something remains elusive. The elaborate engineering required to create the pit and its flood protection system implies that whatever is hidden there was considered extremely valuable by its creators. Some researchers have suggested that the value of the Oak Island treasure might not be monetary at all. The discovery of parchment fragments raises the possibility that the pit contains documents rather than gold and silver. Such documents could be historically priceless, even if they have no intrinsic material value. Maps showing the location of other treasures, historical records that could rewrite our understanding of early American history, or religious texts that could challenge established beliefs might all be worth the enormous effort required to create the money pit. The international scope of materials found on Oak Island also suggests that its builders had access to resources from around the world. Coconut fiber from the tropics, lead with isotopic signatures consistent with European sources, and wooden materials from various species all point to a group with extensive trading connections or travel experience. This global reach is consistent with several of the leading theories about the pit's origins, including the pirate, Spanish treasure, and Knights Templar scenarios. The timing of the money pit's construction remains one of the most important unanswered questions about Oak Island. Carbon dating of organic materials found in the pit has provided a range of dates spanning several centuries, but it's unclear whether these represent the original construction period or later modifications and repairs. Understanding when the pit was built could help narrow down the list of possible builders and provide clues about their identity and motivations. The engineering principles used in the money pit's construction also provide clues about its builders. The sophisticated understanding of hydraulics required to create the flood tunnel system suggests that the builders had access to advanced engineering knowledge. Such knowledge was not widely available in the pre-industrial period, limiting the number of groups that could have undertaken such a project. Military engineers would have had the necessary skills, as would members of religious orders known for their building expertise, such as the Knights Templar. Wealthy merchants or nobles with access to the best engineers of their time might also have been able to commission such a project. The substantial resources required for construction also limits the possibilities to groups with significant wealth and organizational capabilities. The isolation of Oak Island would have provided an ideal location for a covert construction project. The island is far enough from major population centers to allow work to proceed without attracting unwanted attention, but close enough to shipping routes to allow for the transportation of materials and workers. The surrounding waters would have provided natural protection against casual visitors while still allowing access by boat. The choice of Oak Island specifically, rather than other islands in the area, may also be significant. The island's geology, with its unusual bedrock formations and natural water channels, makes it particularly well suited for the type of underground construction found there. It's possible that the builders chose the location specifically because of these natural advantages, or they may have modified their plans to take advantage of conditions they discovered during construction. The multiple flood tunnel systems discovered on Oak Island suggest that the builders were not content with a single line of defense for their treasure. The redundancy built into the system implies that they expected determined efforts to locate and recover whatever they had hidden. This level of planning suggests that the builders anticipated that their secret might eventually be discovered and wanted to ensure that even a partial breach of their defenses would not compromise the entire system. The apparent sophistication of the Oak Island works has led some researchers to question whether they could have been built during the historical periods typically associated with the treasure theories. The level of engineering expertise demonstrated by the flood tunnel system might be more consistent with later historical periods when such knowledge was more widely available. However, this possibility raises its own questions about who might have built such an elaborate system in more recent times and why. The Oak Island mystery has also attracted attention from researchers interested in ancient technologies and lost knowledge. Some theorists suggest that the engineering techniques used in the money pit might represent forgotten methods that were once more widely known, but have since been lost to history. This possibility is supported by evidence from other ancient sites around the world that demonstrate engineering capabilities that seem advanced for their historical periods. The economic impact of the Oak Island mystery extends far beyond the money spent on excavation. The island has generated significant revenue through tourism, media rights, and merchandise sales. The mystery has also inspired numerous businesses, from treasure hunting equipment manufacturers to specialized consulting services for amateur treasure hunters. The total economic impact of Oak Island on the regional economy is difficult to calculate, but is certainly substantial. The legal aspects of treasure hunting on Oak Island have also evolved over the years. Early treasure hunters operated under relatively simple agreements with landowners, but modern operations must comply with complex regulations governing archaeological sites, environmental protection, and cultural heritage preservation. These regulations have made treasure hunting more expensive and time-consuming, but they have also helped ensure that important evidence is not lost to careless excavation techniques. The international attention attracted by Oak Island has also raised questions about cultural heritage and ownership rights. While the island is clearly located in Canadian territory, some of the theories about its origins involve groups and treasures from other countries. The Knights Templar theory, for example, raises questions about whether any treasure found on the island might be claimed by successor organizations or by countries where the Templars once operated. The scientific legacy of Oak Island may ultimately prove more valuable than any treasure that might be found there. The site has served as a testing ground for numerous technologies and techniques that have since been applied to other archaeological projects around the world. The challenges presented by the Money Pit have driven innovations in underwater archaeology, geophysical surveying, and remote sensing that have benefited the broader archaeological community. The Oak Island mystery has also contributed to our understanding of historical engineering capabilities and construction techniques. The flood tunnel system represents one of the most sophisticated hydraulic engineering projects known from the pre-industrial period, providing insights into the knowledge and skills available to builders of that era. Even if the identity of the builders remains unknown, their technical achievements are worthy of study in their own right. As we look to the future, the Oak Island mystery seems likely to continue attracting attention and investment. New technologies continue to emerge that might finally provide the key to unlocking the island's secrets. Advanced robotics could allow exploration of flooded areas that are currently inaccessible to human divers. Improved ground scanning techniques might reveal the full extent of the underground works without the need for destructive excavation. The possibility also exists that the Oak Island mystery might never be fully solved. After more than 2 centuries of investigation, it's possible that too much damage has been done to the original works to allow for a complete understanding of their purpose and construction. The constant cycle of excavation, flooding, and re-excavation may have altered the site so significantly that its original configuration can no longer be determined. Yet the allure of Oak Island continues to draw new generations of treasure hunters and researchers. Each new expedition brings the hope that this time will be different, that the right combination of technology, funding, and determination will finally reveal what lies at the bottom of the Money Pit. Whether that hope is justified remains to be seen, but the mystery of Oak Island shows no signs of losing its grip on the human imagination. The Money Pit stands as perhaps the ultimate treasure hunting challenge, a puzzle that has defeated some of the most determined and well-funded efforts in history. Its creators, whoever they were, built something that has proven more durable and more protective than any bank vault or safety deposit box ever constructed. After more than 200 years, their secret remains safe, buried beneath the waters and earth of a small island off the coast of Nova Scotia, waiting for someone clever enough or lucky enough to finally solve the riddle of Oak Island's mysterious treasure shaft. Deep in the heart of Death Valley, California, lies one of the most perplexing natural mysteries on Earth. It's a place where the laws of physics seem to bend, where massive boulders appear to dance across the desert floor when no one is watching, leaving behind perfectly straight trails that stretch for hundreds of yards. This is Racetrack Playa, and for nearly a century, it has baffled scientists, visitors, and researchers alike. Picture this. You're standing on a perfectly flat, dry lakebed that stretches for miles in every direction. The silence is almost deafening, broken only by the occasional whisper of wind across the barren landscape. Scattered across this otherworldly terrain are hundreds of rocks, some no bigger than pebbles, others weighing as much as 700 pounds. But these aren't ordinary rocks sitting in ordinary places. Behind each one stretches a mysterious trail, a groove carved into the hard-packed earth that tells the story of an impossible journey. The trails are perfectly preserved, as if someone had dragged these massive stones across the desert with invisible ropes. Some trails run straight for hundreds of yards, others curve and zigzag like the path of a confused wanderer. The most puzzling part, no one has ever seen the rocks actually move. Not once, in all the decades that people have been visiting and studying this place, has anyone witnessed a single stone in motion. The mystery begins with the playa itself. Racetrack Playa is what geologists call a temporary lake, though you'd be hard-pressed to find any water there most of the time. It sits 2.5 miles long and 1.2 miles wide, nestled between the Cottonwood Mountains and the Last Chance Range at an elevation of 3,700 feet above sea level. During rare desert storms, water flows down from the surrounding mountains and collects in this natural basin, creating a shallow lake that can be anywhere from a few inches to several feet deep. When the water eventually evaporates under the scorching desert sun, it leaves behind a perfectly smooth, hard-packed surface of dried mud and salt. This creates what scientists call a playa, from the Spanish word for beach. But Racetrack Playa is special, not just because of its remote location or its otherworldly appearance, but because of those mysterious moving stones that have turned this quiet corner of Death Valley into one of the world's most famous geological puzzles. The rocks themselves come from a steep hillside called the Grandstand, a dark rocky outcrop that rises from the southern end of the playa like a natural monument. Over thousands of years, weathering and erosion have broken pieces away from this formation, sending boulders tumbling down onto the flat desert floor below. Once they reach the playa, logic would suggest they should stay put. After all, we're talking about chunks of rock weighing hundreds of pounds, sitting on flat ground with no obvious force to move them. But logic, it seems, doesn't apply at Racetrack Playa. Somehow, these stones manage to slide across the desert floor, carving their mysterious trails behind them. The trails themselves are remarkable in their preservation. In the dry desert air, with minimal rainfall and virtually no vegetation to disturb them, some of these grooves have remained unchanged for decades. They serve as a permanent record of each rock's journey, a fossilized pathway that documents movement that shouldn't be possible. Early visitors to the area were understandably mystified. Native American tribes had known about the playa for generations, but they had their own explanations for the moving stones, often involving spirits or supernatural forces. It wasn't until the 1920s that scientists began to take serious notice of the phenomenon. Geologists and naturalists started documenting the trails, measuring them, photographing them, and trying to understand how rocks could possibly move across flat ground with no apparent cause. The first scientific studies revealed just how extraordinary the phenomenon really was. Researchers found trails that stretched for more than 1,600 feet, perfectly straight paths that would be impressive even if they had been carved by machinery. Some rocks had clearly changed direction multiple times during their journey, creating zigzag patterns that suggested they had been influenced by changing conditions over time. Most remarkably, some stones appeared to have moved in parallel, maintaining perfect spacing, as if they were part of an invisible convoy traveling across the desert together. Early theories ranged from the plausible to the downright bizarre. Some suggested that the rocks were moved by flash floods, carried along by rushing water during rare desert storms. But this theory had problems. The trails were far too organized and precise to have been created by chaotic floodwaters. Plus, many of the rocks were far too heavy to be moved by the shallow waters that occasionally covered the playa. Others proposed that earthquakes might be responsible, suggesting that seismic activity could shake the rocks into motion. But again, the evidence didn't support this theory. The trails were too straight and purposeful to have been created by random earthquake vibrations. And besides, Death Valley experiences relatively few significant earthquakes, certainly not enough to account for the numerous trails scattered across the playa. One of the more creative theories involved magnetic fields. Some researchers wondered if there might be unusual magnetic properties in the rocks or the playa surface that could somehow cause the stones to move. They tested this idea extensively, but found no evidence of magnetic anomalies strong enough to move massive boulders across the desert floor. As the decades passed and technology improved, scientists were able to study the phenomenon in greater detail. They used GPS tracking devices, time-lapse photography, and sophisticated measuring equipment to monitor the rocks and their trails. But despite all this advanced technology, the stones seemed to know they were being watched. Year after year, researchers would set up their equipment, carefully position their cameras, and wait for the rocks to move. But the stones remained stubbornly still, refusing to reveal their secret. This led to one of the most frustrating aspects of the Racetrack Playa mystery. The rocks only seemed to move when no one was looking. Scientists could document the aftermath of their movement, measuring new trails and noting that certain stones had clearly changed position since the last visit. But capturing the actual movement proved impossible. It was as if the desert was playing an elaborate game of hide and seek with the scientific community. The mystery deepened when researchers began to notice patterns in the movement. The rocks didn't move randomly or constantly. Instead, they seemed to move only under very specific conditions that occurred rarely and unpredictably. Sometimes years would pass with no detectable movement, then suddenly multiple rocks would move simultaneously, creating new trails across the playa surface. Weather appeared to play a crucial role. Movement seemed to occur only after rare winter storms brought water to the desert, filling the playa with a shallow lake. But even then, not every flooding event resulted in rock movement. Something else was required, some additional factor that scientists struggled to identify. Temperature also seemed important. The most significant rock movements appeared to happen during the winter months, when Death Valley's extreme heat gave way to surprisingly cold conditions. Desert nights can be brutally cold, with temperatures plummeting well below freezing even when daytime temperatures soar. But how could cold weather cause massive rocks to slide across the desert floor? One theory that gained traction involved ice formation. Researchers noticed that the rare combination of water and freezing temperatures could create thin sheets of ice across the playa surface. They theorized that these ice sheets might somehow be involved in moving the rocks, perhaps by creating a slippery surface that reduced friction and allowed the stones to slide more easily. But there were problems with the ice theory too. The ice sheets that formed on the playa were typically very thin, often less than a quarter of an inch thick. It seemed impossible that such delicate ice could move rocks weighing hundreds of pounds. The forces involved would surely shatter any ice sheet long before it could push a massive boulder across the desert. Some researchers proposed a variation of the ice theory, suggesting that the ice didn't push the rocks directly, but instead created conditions that allowed other forces to move them more easily. Perhaps wind, normally too weak to budge such massive stones, could move them when friction was reduced by a layer of ice. But even this modified theory seemed inadequate to explain the phenomenon fully. The wind theory had its own complications. While Death Valley can experience strong winds, they're rarely powerful enough to move rocks weighing hundreds of pounds, even on a slippery surface. The trails left by the moving stones also didn't match what you'd expect from wind-driven movement. They were too straight, too purposeful, lacking the chaotic patterns you'd expect from rocks being pushed around by gusting desert winds. As the mystery persisted into the 21st century, it began to take on an almost mythical quality. Racetrack Playa became a pilgrimage site for geologists, photographers, and curious visitors from around the world. The moving stones were featured in documentaries, scientific journals, and countless books about unexplained phenomena. The mystery had endured for so long that some began to wonder if it would ever be solved. Part of the challenge was the remote and hostile nature of the location. Racetrack Playa lies deep within Death Valley National Park, accessible only by a rough, 27-mile dirt road that can be impassable during bad weather. The journey to reach the playa is an adventure in itself, taking visitors through some of the most desolate landscape in North America. Once there, researchers had to contend with extreme temperatures, limited water, and the logistical challenges of setting up long-term monitoring equipment in one of the harshest environments on Earth. The isolation also meant that even if rocks did move, it might be months or even years before anyone noticed. Unlike more accessible research sites where scientists could check on their experiments daily, Racetrack Playa required dedicated expeditions to reach. This made it nearly impossible to catch the rocks in the act of moving, adding to the frustration of researchers trying to solve the mystery. Despite these challenges, scientists continued to develop new theories and conduct increasingly sophisticated experiments. Some focused on the role of underground water sources, wondering if springs or seeps might create subsurface conditions that could affect rock movement. Others investigated the possibility that algae or other microorganisms growing on the playa surface might create slippery conditions under certain circumstances. The mystery also attracted attention from fields beyond geology. Physicists began to examine the problem, wondering if unusual forces or phenomena might be at work. Engineers studied the mechanics of how such massive objects could move across flat surfaces. Even psychologists got involved, fascinated by the human tendency to attribute supernatural explanations to unexplained natural phenomena. Media coverage of the mystery often focused on the more sensational aspects of the story. Some reports suggested paranormal activity or even alien intervention. While scientists rejected these explanations, they couldn't deny that Racetrack Playa had an otherworldly quality that seemed to inspire such speculation. The combination of the stark, alien landscape and the impossible-seeming movement of the rocks created an atmosphere that felt more like science fiction than scientific fact. The moving stones also became a metaphor for the limits of human understanding. Here was a phenomenon that was clearly natural, occurring according to the laws of physics, yet it had remained unexplained for decades despite intensive study by some of the world's best scientists. It served as a humbling reminder that the natural world still held secrets that even our most advanced technology and sophisticated theories couldn't unlock. Local folklore and legend began to grow around the mystery. Park rangers reported that visitors often came to the playa with their own theories, ranging from magnetic anomalies to underground creatures. Some people claimed to have felt strange sensations while walking among the rocks, reporting everything from dizziness to the feeling of being watched. While scientists dismissed these reports as imagination or the effects of the harsh desert environment, they added to the mystique surrounding the place. The trails themselves became objects of fascination. Visitors would walk along them, tracing the paths of the mysterious rock journeys with their footsteps. Some trails were ruler straight, suggesting a single, purposeful movement. Others showed evidence of multiple trips, with overlapping grooves indicating that rocks had followed similar paths at different times. The most intriguing trails showed evidence of course corrections, with rocks apparently changing direction partway through their journey, as if responding to changing conditions. Photography of the moving stones became an art form in itself. The stark beauty of the desert landscape, combined with the mystery of the trails, created compelling images that captured the imagination of viewers around the world. Professional photographers would spend days at the playa, waiting for the perfect light to illuminate the trails and rocks in ways that emphasized their otherworldly appearance. But perhaps the most significant aspect of the Racetrack Playa mystery was what it represented about the nature of scientific inquiry itself. Here was a problem that seemed simple on the surface. Rocks were moving across flat ground, but proved to be incredibly complex in reality. It demonstrated how even phenomena that occur in plain sight can remain mysterious if the conditions required to observe them are rare and unpredictable. The mystery also highlighted the importance of patience and persistence in scientific research. Generations of scientists had studied the moving stones, each building on the work of their predecessors, slowly accumulating knowledge and refining theories even as the ultimate explanation remained elusive. It was a reminder that science often advances through incremental progress rather than sudden breakthroughs. As we stand today among these enigmatic stones, with their trails stretching across the desert floor like a frozen dance preserved in mud and salt, we're reminded that our world still holds mysteries that challenge our understanding. Racetrack Playa represents more than just a geological curiosity. It's a testament to the enduring power of the unknown to capture our imagination and drive our quest for knowledge. The moving stones continue their patient vigil in the desert, waiting for the right combination of conditions to begin their next mysterious journey. And somewhere, in a laboratory or field station, scientists continue their patient vigil too, waiting for the moment when the rocks will finally reveal their secret. Until then, Racetrack Playa remains one of Earth's most captivating unsolved mysteries, a place where the impossible becomes routine, and the desert floor tells stories that science is still learning to read. In the heart of Transylvania, just outside the city of Cluj-Napoca, lies a forest that has earned a reputation as one of the most haunted places on Earth. This is Hoia Forest, a seemingly ordinary patch of woodland that has become synonymous with paranormal activity, unexplained phenomena, and encounters that challenge everything we think we know about reality itself. For over half a century, this forest has been the subject of intense scrutiny from paranormal researchers, scientists, and thrill seekers, all drawn by reports of ghostly apparitions, strange lights, mysterious disappearances, and encounters with the unknown. The forest covers approximately 617 acres of rolling hills and valleys, filled with a mix of oak, beech, and other deciduous trees typical of the region. At first glance, it might seem like any other European woodland, peaceful and inviting to hikers and nature lovers. But spend any time researching Hoia and you'll quickly discover that this is no ordinary forest. Local legends speak of visitors who enter and never return, of electronic equipment that mysteriously malfunctions, and of photographs that reveal things that weren't visible to the naked eye. The forest's reputation for paranormal activity began to spread in the 1960s, largely due to the work of a Romanian biologist named Alexandru Sift. Sift had initially come to the forest to study its plant life, but he soon found himself documenting something far more unusual. While photographing the local flora, Sift began capturing images of strange, disc-shaped objects in the sky above the forest canopy. These weren't blurred or ambiguous shapes that could be easily dismissed as photographic errors or natural phenomena. They were clear, detailed images of what appeared to be structured craft moving through the sky above the trees. Sift's photographs, taken over several years in the 1960s and 70s, would become some of the most famous UFO images ever captured. The objects he photographed varied in shape and size, from classic flying saucer designs to more unusual geometric forms. What made his images particularly compelling was their clarity and the fact that they were taken by a respected scientist using professional equipment. Sift wasn't a UFO enthusiast or paranormal investigator looking for evidence to support existing beliefs. He was a biologist who stumbled upon something extraordinary while conducting routine scientific work. But the strange aerial phenomena were just the beginning. As word of Sif's photographs spread, other researchers began visiting the forest to investigate. What they found was a place where the normal rules of reality seemed to be suspended. Visitors reported experiencing a wide range of unexplained phenomena, from seeing ghostly figures moving between the trees to feeling overwhelming sensations of dread and anxiety that had no apparent cause. One of the most documented aspects of the forest's paranormal reputation involves the strange effects it seems to have on electronic equipment. Cameras malfunction, recording devices produce strange sounds or stop working entirely, and even simple items like watches and compasses behave erratically. Some visitors have reported that their cell phones show impossible readings, displaying times and dates that make no sense or picking up signals from unknown sources. These electronic anomalies have been particularly frustrating for paranormal researchers trying to document their experiences in the forest. Professional ghost hunters and UFO investigators, armed with sophisticated recording equipment, have found their devices failing at crucial moments. Digital cameras produce images filled with unexplained orbs of light, strange shadows, and geometric patterns that weren't visible during the actual photography. Audio recordings capture voices speaking in unknown languages, strange musical tones, and sounds that don't match any known natural phenomena. The forest's most famous feature is a large circular clearing near its center, known locally as the Circle. This perfectly round area, approximately 100 feet in diameter, is completely devoid of vegetation despite being surrounded by healthy, thriving trees. Soil tests have found nothing unusual about the ground in the clearing. It should be able to support plant life just as well as the surrounding areas. Yet nothing grows there, as if some invisible force prevents any vegetation from taking root. Local legends offer various explanations for the circle. Some say it's a portal to another dimension, a doorway through which supernatural entities enter our world. Others believe it's a landing site for extraterrestrial visitors, pointing to the barren ground as evidence of repeated spacecraft landings. More traditional folklore suggests it's cursed ground, a place where ancient rituals were performed, or where some terrible tragedy occurred that left the earth itself damaged. Visitors to the Circle report a variety of strange experiences. Many describe feeling dizzy or nauseous when standing in the center of the clearing, as if their inner ear is being affected by some unseen force. Others report sudden temperature changes, with the air in the Circle feeling significantly warmer or colder than the surrounding forest. Some visitors claim to have seen strange lights emanating from the ground itself, while others report hearing whispered voices or feeling as though they're being watched by unseen eyes. The psychological effects reported by visitors to Hoia Forest are perhaps even more unsettling than the physical phenomena. Many people describe experiencing sudden, overwhelming feelings of anxiety and dread that seem to come from nowhere. These aren't the normal apprehensions you might feel in an unfamiliar forest at night. They're described as primal, instinctive terror that seems to bypass rational thought entirely. Some visitors report feeling as though time moves differently in the forest. They describe entering the woods for what feels like a few minutes, only to emerge hours later with no memory of where the time went. Others have the opposite experience, spending what feels like hours exploring the forest, only to discover that mere minutes have passed in the outside world. These temporal distortions are difficult to verify scientifically, but they've been reported consistently by visitors from many different backgrounds. The forest has also gained a reputation for mysterious disappearances, though separating fact from legend in these cases can be challenging. Local stories tell of hikers, researchers, and curious visitors who entered Hoia Forest and were never seen again. While documented cases of permanent disappearances are rare, there are numerous reports of people becoming lost in the relatively small forest for far longer than should be possible. sometimes emerging days later with no clear memory of where they've been. One of the most famous disappearance cases involves a 5-year-old girl who vanished while playing near the forest edge in the 1960s. According to local accounts, she reappeared 5 years later at the exact same spot, wearing the same clothes and appearing not to have aged a day. She had no memory of where she had been or what had happened to her. While this story is difficult to verify and may be more legend than fact, it's become part of the forest's mythology and adds to its reputation as a place where normal rules don't apply. Romanian folklore surrounding the forest is rich and varied, drawing on centuries of local traditions and beliefs. The region has a long history of supernatural legends, from stories of vampires and werewolves to tales of forest spirits and nature gods. In this context, Hoia Forest represents a continuation of ancient beliefs about the spiritual power of forests and wild places. Local villagers have traditionally viewed the forest with a mixture of fear and respect. Older residents tell stories passed down through generations about strange lights in the forest, mysterious figures glimpsed between the trees, and warnings about venturing too deep into the woods alone. These stories often involve shepherds or woodcutters who encountered supernatural beings or witnessed impossible events while working in or near the forest. The name Hoia Forest itself has interesting origins. Hoia is believed to derive from the Romanian word for Hoia, meaning come on or let's go, possibly referring to an invitation or calling. Basiu was the name of a shepherd who, according to legend, disappeared in the forest along with his flock of 200 sheep. Neither the shepherd nor his animals were ever found, despite extensive searches of the relatively small woodland area. These historical legends take on new significance when considered alongside modern paranormal reports. The consistency of certain themes, disappearances, strange lights, encounters with non-human entities, across centuries of folklore suggests that whatever is happening in Hoia Forest has been ongoing for a very long time. This isn't a recent phenomenon or a modern invention created for tourism purposes. It's a mystery with deep historical roots. Scientific investigations of the forest have produced mixed results. Some researchers have documented genuine anomalies that are difficult to explain through conventional means. These include unusual electromagnetic readings, soil samples that show unexplained chemical compositions, and photographic evidence of phenomena that don't correspond to any known natural occurrences. However, other scientific expeditions have found little evidence to support the more extraordinary claims about the forest. Skeptical researchers have suggested that many of the reported phenomena can be explained through natural causes, psychological effects, or simple misinterpretation of ordinary events. They point out that forests can be disorienting places, especially for urban visitors unfamiliar with woodland environments, and that the power of suggestion combined with the forest's reputation can lead people to interpret normal sounds and sights as paranormal events. The debate between believers and skeptics has become part of the forest's story itself. Paranormal researchers point to the sheer volume of reports and the consistency of certain experiences across different visitors as evidence that something genuine is occurring. Skeptics counter that anecdotal evidence, no matter how abundant, doesn't constitute scientific proof, and that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence that has yet to be provided. One particularly intriguing aspect of the Hoia Forest mystery is the quality of some of the photographic evidence that has emerged over the decades. Unlike many alleged paranormal photographs that are blurry, ambiguous, or easily explained as natural phenomena or hoaxes, some images from the forest are remarkably clear and detailed. These include Alexandru Sift's original UFO photographs from the 70s, as well as more recent images captured by visitors using digital cameras and smartphones. Modern digital photography has added new dimensions to the forest's mystery. Visitors regularly capture images that contain elements not visible to the naked eye when the photographs were taken. These range from simple orbs of light, which skeptics often dismiss as dust particles or moisture reflecting camera flashes, to more complex geometric patterns and shadowy figures that appear among the trees. The proliferation of smartphones and digital cameras has also led to an increase in video evidence from the forest. YouTube and other video platforms host numerous clips allegedly filmed in Hoia Forest, showing everything from strange lights moving through the trees to unexplained sounds captured on audio recordings. While many of these videos are obviously hoaxed or can be explained through natural causes, some present genuinely puzzling evidence that's difficult to dismiss. The forest's reputation has made it a popular destination for paranormal investigators from around the world. Teams of researchers equipped with sophisticated monitoring equipment regularly visit Hoia Forest, hoping to capture definitive evidence of supernatural activity. These investigations have produced mixed results, with some teams reporting significant paranormal activity, while others find little evidence to support the forest's reputation. Professional paranormal investigators have documented various types of phenomena in the forest. Electromagnetic field detectors register unusual spikes and fluctuations in areas where no known sources of electromagnetic radiation exist. Thermal imaging cameras capture cold spots and heat signatures that don't correspond to any visible sources. Audio recording equipment picks up electronic voice phenomena, unexplained voices and sounds that appear on recordings but weren't audible to investigators at the time. However, the challenge with paranormal investigation is the difficulty of establishing controlled conditions and ruling out alternative explanations. Forests are complex environments with many natural sources of electromagnetic activity, temperature variations, and acoustic phenomena. Distinguishing between genuine paranormal activity and natural forest processes requires careful analysis and often leads to inconclusive results. The psychological impact of investigating Hoia Forest shouldn't be underestimated. Even skeptical researchers report feeling uneasy in certain parts of the forest, particularly around the circle and in some of the denser woodland areas. Whether this is due to genuine supernatural influence, the power of suggestion, or simply the natural human response to an unfamiliar environment is a matter of ongoing debate. Tourism to the forest has increased significantly in recent years, driven partly by internet exposure and the growing popularity of paranormal investigation as a hobby. This presents both opportunities and challenges for researchers trying to study the phenomena seriously. More visitors mean more reports and potentially more evidence, but they also mean more contamination of the environment and more opportunities for hoaxes and misidentification. Local authorities have had to balance the economic benefits of paranormal tourism with concerns about safety and environmental protection. The forest is now part of a protected natural area, and there are regulations about camping, fires, and other activities that could damage the ecosystem. However, enforcing these regulations can be challenging, especially when dealing with visitors who are convinced they're investigating supernatural phenomena. The cultural impact of Hoia Forest extends far beyond its immediate geographical location. The forest has inspired numerous books, documentaries, films, and television shows. It's become a symbol of the unknown, a place where modern skepticism meets ancient mystery. For believers in the paranormal, it represents proof that our world contains forces and entities beyond our current understanding. For skeptics, it serves as an example of how folklore, suggestion, and wishful thinking can create elaborate mythologies around perfectly natural locations. Educational institutions have also taken interest in the forest, though not always for the reasons paranormal enthusiasts might hope. Psychologists study Hoia Forest as an example of how cultural beliefs and environmental factors can influence perception and memory. Sociologists examine how paranormal beliefs spread and evolve in the age of social media and global communication. Environmental scientists use the forest as a case study in how human beliefs and activities can impact natural ecosystems. The forest continues to evolve as a cultural phenomenon, with new reports and theories emerging regularly. Social media has allowed for real-time sharing of experiences and evidence, creating a global community of people interested in the Hoia Baciu mystery. Online forums and social networks buzz with discussions of the latest photographs, videos, and eyewitness accounts from the forest. This digital connectivity has also changed the nature of paranormal investigation itself. Where once researchers worked in isolation, sharing their findings only through academic papers or specialized publications, modern investigators can instantly share their experiences with a worldwide audience. This has accelerated the spread of information about the forest, but has also made it more difficult to verify the authenticity of reports and evidence. As we consider the enduring mystery of Hoia Baciu Forest, we're confronted with fundamental questions about the nature of reality itself. Is this truly a place where supernatural forces operate according to rules different from those that govern the rest of our world? Or is it simply a forest that has become the focus of human imagination and the projection of our deepest fears and desires about the unknown? Perhaps the truth lies somewhere between these extremes. Maybe Hoia Baciu is a place where natural phenomena, environmental factors, and human psychology combine to create experiences that feel supernatural even if they have perfectly rational explanations. Or perhaps it really is a window into aspects of reality that our current scientific understanding hasn't yet learned to recognize or measure. What's certain is that Hoia Baciu Forest continues to challenge our assumptions about what's possible in our world. Whether you're a true believer in the paranormal or a committed skeptic, the forest offers something to contemplate. For believers, it's potential proof that magic and mystery still exist in our increasingly mapped and measured world. For skeptics, it's a fascinating case study in how human perception, cultural beliefs, and environmental factors can create compelling illusions of the supernatural. The trees of Hoia Baciu continue to stand sentinel over their secrets, neither confirming nor denying the extraordinary claims made about them. They simply exist, growing and changing with the seasons, providing shelter for wildlife and oxygen for the atmosphere, performing the quiet work that forests have always done. Yet for those who visit seeking mystery, they also provide something else, a space where the boundary between the known and unknown becomes permeable, where the impossible feels possible, and where the ancient human fascination with the supernatural can flourish in the shadow of towering oaks and the silence of the circle. Deep in the heart of Antarctica, where temperatures plummet to -40 degrees Celsius and howling winds carve through endless ice, there exists something that shouldn't be possible. Picture this. You're standing on the pristine white expanse of the Taylor Glacier, surrounded by nothing but frozen wilderness stretching to the horizon. The silence is deafening, broken only by the occasional crack of shifting ice. Then, cutting through this monochrome landscape like a wound in the earth itself, you see it. A waterfall of blood-red liquid pouring from the glacier's face, staining the white ice below in crimson streaks that look almost too vivid to be real. This is Blood Falls, and for over a century, it has baffled scientists and captivated anyone who's been fortunate enough to witness it. The sight is so jarring, so unexpected in this frozen wasteland, that early explorers who first encountered it in 1911 thought they were hallucinating. How could liquid water flow in a place where everything should be frozen solid? And why, in the name of all that's logical, is it the color of blood? The story of Blood Falls begins with British geologist Thomas Griffith Taylor, the man for whom the Taylor Glacier is named. In 1911, during Robert Falcon Scott's ill-fated Terra Nova expedition to the South Pole, Taylor stumbled upon this crimson waterfall. At first, he and his team assumed they were looking at algae. It seemed like the most reasonable explanation for the red coloration in this otherwise lifeless landscape. After all, what else could it be? They collected samples, made notes, and moved on, never imagining that they had discovered one of Antarctica's most enduring mysteries. For decades, that algae theory held. Scientists assumed that microscopic red algae were responsible for the dramatic coloration. It made sense in a way. Algae could theoretically survive in extreme conditions, and the red color was consistent with certain types of microorganisms. But as technology advanced and researchers were able to take a closer look at the samples, cracks began to appear in this explanation. The color was too intense, too consistent. And there was something else, something that didn't fit with the algae theory at all. The breakthrough came in the early 2000s when researchers led by Jill McCuckey from the University of Tennessee began studying blood falls with new scientific techniques. What they discovered turned everything we thought we knew about this phenomenon on its head. The red coloration wasn't coming from algae at all. It was iron, specifically iron oxide or rust. But that raised an even more puzzling question. Where was all this iron coming from, and how was it getting oxidized in this frozen environment? The answer, it turns out, lies beneath the glacier itself, in a world that has been sealed away from sunlight and oxygen for millions of years. Deep under the Taylor Glacier, trapped beneath hundreds of feet of ice, is a subglacial lake. This isn't just any lake, though. This body of water has been isolated from the outside world for an estimated 1.5 million years. Think about that for a moment. When this water was last exposed to the atmosphere, our human ancestors were just beginning to walk upright. Entire species have evolved and gone extinct while this water has remained trapped in darkness. But here's where the story gets truly fascinating. This ancient lake isn't just sitting there dormant. It's teeming with life. Scientists have discovered that the water contains a unique ecosystem of microorganisms that have evolved in complete isolation, without sunlight, without oxygen, and in temperatures that would kill most life forms on Earth. These microbes have learned to survive by feeding on sulfur and iron compounds dissolved in the water. They've created their own little world, completely separate from anything else on our planet. The iron in the water comes from the bedrock beneath the glacier. Over millions of years, the slightly acidic water has slowly dissolved iron from the rocks, creating a solution that's incredibly rich in dissolved metals. When this iron-rich water occasionally finds its way to the surface through cracks and fissures in the glacier, something remarkable happens. The moment it comes into contact with oxygen in the atmosphere, the dissolved iron oxidizes almost instantly, turning the water a brilliant red color. It's like watching chemistry in action on a massive scale. But the mystery doesn't end there. How does this water manage to flow at all in temperatures that would freeze ordinary water solid? The answer lies in the unique chemistry of the subglacial lake. The water is incredibly salty, with a salinity level nearly 4 times that of seawater. This high salt content acts like antifreeze, allowing the water to remain liquid even at temperatures well below the normal freezing point. When it reaches the surface, it flows for a brief moment before the extreme cold finally overcomes the antifreeze effect, and the water freezes into red ice. The implications of this discovery go far beyond just explaining a strange waterfall in Antarctica. The microorganisms living in the subglacial lake represent one of the most extreme forms of life on Earth. They survive without photosynthesis, without oxygen, and in conditions that would be lethal to almost every other living thing we know of. This has enormous implications for astrobiology, the study of potential life on other planets. Scientists are particularly excited about what blood falls might tell us about the possibility of life on Mars or Jupiter's moon Europa. Both of these celestial bodies have conditions that are remarkably similar to the environment beneath the Taylor Glacier. If life can thrive in such extreme conditions on Earth, hidden away beneath miles of ice, could similar ecosystems exist elsewhere in our solar system? The microbes of blood falls might be our best example of what alien life could look like. The research at Blood Falls has also revealed fascinating details about how these ancient microorganisms survive. They've developed a unique form of metabolism that allows them to use sulfur compounds as an energy source, essentially breathing sulfur instead of oxygen. They've also learned to recycle their nutrients in incredibly efficient ways, creating a closed-loop ecosystem that can sustain itself for millions of years without any input from the outside world. Recent studies have shown that the microbial community beneath the glacier is more diverse than scientists initially thought. Researchers have identified dozens of different species of bacteria and archaea, each adapted to their specific niche within this underwater world. Some species specialize in breaking down organic compounds, while others focus on metabolizing sulfur or iron. Together, they've created a complex ecosystem that functions entirely independently of the sun-powered food chains that sustain most life on Earth. The study of blood falls has also provided insights into how glaciers behave and how they interact with the landscape beneath them. The discovery of the subglacial lake has helped scientists understand how water can exist beneath ice sheets and how this water can influence glacier movement and stability. This research has implications for understanding ice sheet dynamics in other parts of Antarctica and Greenland, which is crucial for predicting how these ice sheets might respond to climate change. One of the most intriguing aspects of blood falls is how rarely it actually flows. The waterfall isn't a constant feature. Sometimes months or even years can pass between episodes of flow. This irregularity adds another layer of mystery to the phenomenon. What triggers these periodic releases of water from the subglacial lake? Scientists believe it might be related to pressure changes within the glacier or seasonal temperature variations that affect the ice structure, but the exact mechanism remains unclear. When blood falls does flow, the visual impact is absolutely stunning. Against the pristine white backdrop of Antarctica, the crimson waterfall creates a scene that looks almost supernatural. The contrast is so stark that it seems painted onto the landscape by some cosmic artist. Photographers and researchers who have witnessed it describe the experience as deeply moving, even unsettling. There's something primordial about seeing red water flowing across ice, something that speaks to deep human associations with blood and life, in the midst of a landscape that appears utterly lifeless. The research conducted at Blood Falls has required incredible ingenuity and persistence. Scientists have had to develop new techniques for sampling and analyzing water from beneath the glacier without contaminating the pristine ecosystem. They've used specialized drilling equipment to reach the subglacial lake and have developed sterile sampling methods to ensure that their research doesn't introduce foreign microorganisms into this ancient environment. Working in Antarctica presents challenges that most scientists never have to face. Equipment must function in temperatures that would disable most electronic devices. Researchers must be completely self-sufficient for months at a time, carrying all their supplies with them to one of the most remote locations on Earth. The logistics of getting people and equipment to Blood Falls are staggering. Everything must be flown in by helicopter or transported across the ice by specialized vehicles. A single mistake or equipment failure could be life-threatening. The isolation of the research site means that scientists must be prepared for any eventuality. They work in teams, watching out for each other's safety while conducting their research. The Antarctic environment is unforgiving. Sudden weather changes can trap researchers for days or weeks. Whiteout conditions can make navigation impossible. Crevasses hidden beneath thin layers of snow pose constant dangers. Yet despite these challenges, the scientific rewards of studying Blood Falls continue to draw researchers from around the world. Climate change adds another dimension to the Blood Falls story. As Antarctica warms and glaciers begin to change, the dynamics of the subglacial lake and the frequency of waterfall events might be affected. Some scientists worry that increased melting could disrupt the delicate balance that has allowed this ecosystem to survive for so long. Rising temperatures could alter the glacier's structure, potentially changing the pathways through which water reaches the surface. On the other hand, changing conditions might make the waterfall more accessible for study, potentially revealing new secrets about this remarkable ecosystem. Some researchers speculate that warming temperatures could increase the frequency of flow events, providing more opportunities to study the phenomenon. However, this potential benefit comes with the risk of fundamentally altering or even destroying the unique environment that makes blood falls possible. The discovery of blood falls has also highlighted how much we still don't know about our own planet. Here was a phenomenon that had been observed for over a century, and yet its true nature remained hidden until very recently. It makes you wonder what other mysteries are waiting to be uncovered in the remote corners of our world. How many other impossible things are out there, hiding in plain sight, waiting for the right technology or the right perspective to reveal their secrets? Antarctica itself is a continent of mysteries. Beneath its ice sheets lie entire mountain ranges that have never been seen by human eyes. Lakes and rivers flow in eternal darkness beneath miles of ice. The continent holds clues to Earth's climate history stretching back millions of years, preserved in ice cores that record ancient atmospheric conditions. Blood Falls is just one piece of this vast puzzle, but it's a piece that has revolutionized our understanding of what's possible in the most extreme environments on our planet. The microorganisms of blood falls have also provided insights into the early history of life on Earth. These bacteria and archaea represent some of the most primitive forms of life, similar to the organisms that dominated our planet billions of years ago when the atmosphere contained no oxygen. By studying how these microbes survive and thrive in their isolated environment, scientists can better understand how life might have evolved in Earth's early oceans. The unique chemistry of the subglacial lake beneath Blood Falls has revealed new possibilities for life in extreme environments. The water contains concentrations of dissolved minerals that would be toxic to most organisms. Yet the microbes have not only adapted to these conditions, but have learned to use them as energy sources. This discovery has expanded our definition of what constitutes a habitable environment and has implications for the search for life throughout the universe. Blood Falls stands as a testament to life's incredible ability to adapt and survive in the most unlikely places. It reminds us that even in the most extreme environments on Earth, life finds a way. The microorganisms thriving beneath the Taylor Glacier have been cut off from the rest of the world for longer than our species has existed. Yet they've not just survived, but created a thriving ecosystem. They've turned one of the most inhospitable places on Earth into their home, and in doing so, they've created one of the most beautiful and mysterious natural phenomena our planet has to offer. As research continues, Blood Falls will undoubtedly reveal more of its secrets. Each new discovery adds another piece to the puzzle of how life can exist in extreme environments and what that might mean for our search for life beyond Earth. Advanced genetic sequencing techniques are providing new insights into the diversity and evolutionary history of the microorganisms living beneath the glacier. Scientists are discovering new species regularly, each one adapted to survive in this unique environment. The study of blood falls has also led to advances in sampling and analysis techniques that have applications far beyond Antarctica. The methods developed for studying this extreme environment are being used to investigate other extreme ecosystems around the world, from deep ocean hydrothermal vents to acidic hot springs. The knowledge gained from blood falls is helping scientists understand the limits of life and the conditions under which organisms can survive and thrive. Perhaps the most important lesson of Blood Falls is simpler than all the scientific discoveries it has enabled. It reminds us that our planet is still full of wonders, still capable of surprising us, and still holds mysteries that can change how we understand life itself. In an age when it sometimes feels like we've explored every corner of our world, Blood Falls stands as proof that there are still secrets waiting to be discovered, still phenomena that can challenge our assumptions and expand our understanding of what's possible. The crimson waterfall flowing from the Taylor Glacier continues to flow sporadically, carrying with it the secrets of an ancient world locked beneath the ice. Each time it flows, it brings a piece of that hidden ecosystem to the surface, a reminder of the incredible complexity and resilience of life on our planet. Blood Falls isn't just a beautiful natural phenomenon, it's a window into the deep history of our planet and a preview of the possibilities that might exist elsewhere in the universe. Along the windswept coast of New Zealand's South Island, scattered across Cocoa Beach like ancient cannonballs dropped by giants, lie some of the most perfectly formed geological mysteries on Earth. The Moeraki Boulders, as they're known to locals and visitors alike, present a puzzle that has captivated scientists, artists, and curious travelers for generations. Picture walking along a pristine stretch of beach at sunrise, the ocean waves gently lapping at the shore, and suddenly coming across these massive, almost perfectly spherical stones. Some are as tall as a person, others small enough to hold in your arms, but all share the same inexplicably round shape that seems to defy everything we know about how rocks are supposed to form. These aren't just any ordinary rocks scattered by some long-ago rockslide or volcanic eruption. The Moeraki Boulders are geological sculptures that appear to have been crafted with mathematical precision. Their surfaces are smooth and weathered, marked by intricate patterns of cracks that divide them into segments like enormous stone soccer balls. Some have split open over time, revealing hollow interiors lined with calcite crystals that glitter like diamonds in the sunlight. Others remain intact, their secrets locked away inside shells that have withstood millions of years of wind, rain, and ocean spray. The local Maori people have their own explanation for these mysterious stones. According to legend, the boulders are the remains of eel baskets, calabashes, and kumara sweet potatoes that were washed ashore from the great voyaging canoe Arikuru, which was wrecked upon this coast hundreds of years ago. The largest boulder, they say, represents the captain of the vessel, while the smaller ones are the provisions and personal belongings of his crew. It's a beautiful story that speaks to the deep connection between the Maori people and the land, but it doesn't explain the scientific mystery of how these perfect spheres actually came to be. For geologists, the Moeraki Boulders represent one of nature's most impressive displays of a process called concretion formation. But even with scientific terminology to describe what happened, the sheer perfection of these formations continues to amaze researchers. Concretions form when minerals dissolved in groundwater precipitate around a nucleus, gradually building up layers over millions of years. It's a bit like how a pearl forms inside an oyster, except instead of irritating sand grains, these concretions formed around small fossils or pieces of organic matter buried in ancient seafloor sediments. The story of the Moeraki Boulders begins about 60 million years ago, during the Paleocene epoch, when this part of New Zealand was submerged beneath a shallow sea. The ocean floor was covered with fine mud and sediment, and within this underwater landscape, the slow process of concretion formation began. As minerals in the seawater gradually precipitated out of solution, they began to accumulate around tiny centers, growing larger and larger over geological time scales that dwarf human comprehension. To truly appreciate the age of these boulders, consider this. When they began forming, the world was a completely different place. The continents were arranged differently, the climate was much warmer, and the first primitive mammals were just beginning to diversify after the extinction of the dinosaurs. Palm trees grew in Antarctica, and the ancestors of modern whales were still land animals with 4 legs. The Moeraki Boulders have witnessed the entire age of mammals, from the first tiny shrew-like creatures to the evolution of elephants, whales, and eventually humans. What makes the Moeraki Boulders so remarkable is not just their size, some measuring up to 2.2 meters in diameter and weighing several tons, but their incredible spherical symmetry. Most concretions are irregular in shape, forming lumpy, potato-like masses, but the Moeraki Boulders achieved a level of geometric perfection that seems almost too good to be natural. Scientists believe this perfect spherical shape resulted from the incredibly uniform conditions in which they formed. the seafloor sediments were homogeneous, the water chemistry was stable, and the formation process was undisturbed for millions of years. The formation process itself is mind-boggling in its complexity and duration. Imagine water slowly seeping through layers of mud on the ocean floor, carrying dissolved minerals. As this mineral-rich water encounters tiny fragments of organic matter, shells, or other debris, chemical reactions begin that cause minerals to precipitate out of solution. Layer by layer, molecule by molecule, the concretions grew. The process was so slow that it took millions of years for even the smallest boulders to reach their current size. The composition of the boulders provides clues to their ancient origins. They're made primarily of mudstone, a sedimentary rock formed from compressed mud and clay particles. But within this mudstone matrix, the boulders contain high concentrations of calcite, the mineral that gave them their remarkable hardness and resistance to erosion. As seawater slowly percolated through the seafloor sediments, it carried dissolved calcium carbonate, which gradually precipitated out and cemented the mud particles together into increasingly solid masses. The chemical processes that created the Moeraki boulders were incredibly complex, involving subtle changes in pH, temperature, and pressure over geological time. The ancient ocean chemistry had to be just right for these perfect concretions to form. Too much mineral content in the water, and the formations would have been irregular. Too little, and they wouldn't have formed at all. The boulders represent a perfect balance of conditions that existed for millions of years in this particular part of the ancient ocean. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Moeraki boulders is the intricate network of cracks that covers their surfaces. These aren't random breaks caused by weathering and erosion. Instead, they form geometric patterns that divide each boulder into distinct segments, creating natural fracture lines that often follow surprisingly regular geometric principles. Some boulders show hexagonal patterns. Others display more complex polygonal arrangements that look almost like the work of a master stone mason. These crack patterns, known as septarian structures, formed as the boulders contracted and dried out after their initial formation. As the ancient seafloor was gradually uplifted and exposed to air, the water within the concretion slowly evaporated, causing the material to shrink and crack in predictable patterns. The cracks were then filled with different minerals, often calcite or aragonite, creating the distinctive veined appearance that makes each boulder unique while maintaining the overall pattern. The mathematics behind these crack patterns is surprisingly complex. The way the stone contracts and fractures follows physical laws that govern how materials respond to stress and shrinkage. The resulting patterns often approximate the most efficient way to relieve internal pressure, creating polygonal shapes that minimize surface area while maximizing structural stability. It's the same principle that creates the hexagonal columns of basalt at the Giant's Causeway or the polygonal patterns in dried mud, but executed on a much grander scale and over much longer periods of time. The process by which these boulders became exposed on the beach is almost as remarkable as their formation. For millions of years after they formed on the ancient seafloor, they remained buried within layers of softer sedimentary rock. The entire region was gradually uplifted as tectonic forces pushed the seafloor above sea level, creating the coastal cliffs and hills of the modern South Island. But the boulders remained hidden, locked away inside the mudstone cliffs that lined the coast. It was only through millions of years of erosion that the boulders were finally revealed. The softer surrounding rock gradually wore away under the constant assault of wind, rain, and ocean waves, but the harder, more resistant concretions remained intact. One by one, they tumbled from the eroding cliffs onto the beach below, where they now rest like ancient sentinels guarding the shore. The erosion process that exposed the boulders continues today, and it's fascinating to observe. The cliff face behind the beach shows clear evidence of ongoing weathering, with softer rock layers wearing away faster than harder ones. You can sometimes see partially exposed boulders still embedded in the cliff, waiting for the next storm or season of heavy rain to complete their journey to the beach. This ongoing process means that the Moeraki boulder field is constantly changing, with new spheres joining the collection, while older ones are gradually worn away by the relentless action of the sea. What's particularly intriguing is that the boulders continue to emerge from the cliffs at a measurable rate. Local residents and frequent visitors to the beach report discovering new boulders that have recently fallen from the cliff face, especially after severe weather events. Major storms can accelerate the erosion process, sometimes revealing several new boulders in a single season. This ongoing emergence means that future generations will continue to witness new additions to this remarkable collection. The age of the boulders themselves is mind-boggling to contemplate. These stones began forming when dinosaurs still roamed the earth, long before the first mammals evolved into recognizable forms, and millions of years before the first humans appeared. They witnessed the gradual breakup of the supercontinent Gondwana, the formation of the Tasman Sea, and the volcanic activity that shaped New Zealand's dramatic landscape. They've survived ice ages, massive volcanic eruptions, and countless storms that would have destroyed any human structure. Scientists have found similar concretions in other parts of the world, but few match the size, perfection, and concentration of the Moeraki boulders. There are septarian concretions in places like Utah's Navajo sandstone, where they're known as Moki marbles, the Badlands of South Dakota, and various locations in England and Morocco. But the New Zealand examples are widely considered among the finest examples of this geological phenomenon anywhere on Earth. The combination of their size, spherical perfection, and beautiful septarian patterns makes them truly unique. The study of the Moeraki boulders has provided insights into ancient ocean chemistry and climate conditions that existed during the Paleocene epoch. By analyzing the mineral composition and isotopic signatures within the boulders, scientists can piece together information about what the world was like 60 million years ago. The conditions that allowed these perfect spheres to form tell us about ocean temperatures, water chemistry, sedimentation rates, and even the types of organisms that lived in the ancient seas. Chemical analysis of the boulders has revealed trace elements and isotopic ratios that provide clues about the ancient environment. The presence of certain minerals indicates specific pH levels in the ancient seawater. Isotopic ratios of carbon and oxygen reveal information about water temperature and biological activity. These chemical signatures are like fingerprints from the distant past, allowing scientists to reconstruct the conditions that existed when the boulders were forming. One of the most remarkable aspects of visiting the Moeraki boulders is the sense of scale and time they convey. Standing next to these ancient spheres, you can't help but feel humbled by the vast stretches of geological time they represent. Each boulder is a time capsule, preserving within its structure a record of conditions that existed when our planet was a fundamentally different place. The very atoms that make up these stones were once dissolved in ancient seas, circulated through prehistoric ecosystems, and gradually accumulated over timeframes that challenge human imagination. The boulders have become something of a pilgrimage site for geologists and rock enthusiasts from around the world. There's something deeply moving about touching a stone that formed over such immense periods of time. These aren't just rocks, they're witnesses to Earth's deep history, survivors from an ancient world that existed long before continents settled into their current positions. When you place your hand on the surface of a Moeraki boulder, you're touching something that began forming before flowers existed, before grass covered the earth, before birds filled the skies. Photography enthusiasts are drawn to the boulders for entirely different reasons. The contrast between their perfect spherical forms and the rugged natural beauty of the New Zealand coastline creates endless opportunities for striking images. At sunrise and sunset, when the light is soft and golden, The boulders seem to glow from within, their weathered surfaces taking on an almost mystical quality. The way they're scattered across the beach, some partially buried in sand, others standing free and exposed, creates compositions that feel both natural and deliberately arranged. The interplay of light and shadow on the boulder's surfaces reveals the intricate details of their septarian patterns. In the right light, the crack patterns become more pronounced, creating natural artwork that changes throughout the day as the sun moves across the sky. Photographers often spend hours waiting for the perfect moment when the light brings out the full beauty of these geological sculptures. The tidal cycle adds another dimension to the visual appeal of the boulders. At low tide, the full extent of the boulder field is revealed, with spheres scattered across a wide expanse of wet sand that reflects the sky like a mirror. At high tide, some boulders are partially submerged, creating mysterious shapes emerging from the waves. The changing tides constantly alter the appearance of the scene, ensuring that no two visits to the boulders are ever quite the same. Marine life has also adapted to the presence of the boulders. The spheres provide shelter and attachment points for various seaweeds, barnacles, and other marine organisms. Tide pools form in the depressions around the boulders, creating miniature ecosystems that are home to crabs, sea anemones, and small fish. The boulders have become an integral part of the coastal ecosystem, providing habitat diversity that wouldn't exist on a simple sandy beach. The ongoing erosion of the cliff face means that the Moeraki boulder field is constantly evolving. Environmental scientists monitor the rate of cliff retreat and track the emergence of new boulders. This research provides insights into coastal erosion processes and helps predict how the site might change in the future. Climate change and rising sea levels add new variables to this ancient process, potentially accelerating erosion in some areas while affecting the exposure of new concretions in others. Sea level rise could potentially affect the boulder field in several ways. Higher water levels might increase wave action on the cliff face, potentially accelerating the rate at which new boulders are exposed. At the same time, rising seas could submerge some of the currently visible boulders, changing the character of the site. These potential changes add urgency to ongoing research and documentation efforts. Local conservationists work to protect both the boulders themselves and the broader ecosystem of which they're a part. The beach and surrounding areas are home to various seabirds, marine mammals, and coastal plant communities that have adapted to this unique environment. Yellow-eyed penguins, fur seals, and various seabird species use the area for nesting and feeding. Balancing public access with conservation needs requires careful management, especially as the site's popularity continues to grow. The popularity of the Moeraki Boulders as a tourist destination has grown enormously in recent years, thanks in part to social media and improved access to the site. While this increased interest brings economic benefits to the local community, it also creates challenges for site management. Heavy foot traffic can damage fragile coastal vegetation and disturb wildlife. Managing visitor impact while preserving the natural beauty and scientific value of the site requires ongoing effort and careful planning. Educational programs help visitors understand the geological significance of the boulders and the importance of protecting the coastal environment. Interpretive signs explain the formation process and the ancient history preserved in the stones. Guided tours led by local experts provide deeper insights into the geology, ecology, and cultural significance of the site. These educational efforts help ensure that visitors leave with a greater appreciation for the natural processes that created these remarkable formations. The Moeraki boulders represent more than just an interesting geological phenomenon. They serve as a reminder of the incredible processes that shape our planet over deep time. In our fast-paced modern world, where change happens rapidly and constantly, these ancient spheres stand as monuments to patience, persistence, and the slow but inexorable forces that created the world around us. Each boulder tells a story that spans geological epochs, from their formation in ancient seas to their current role as one of New Zealand's most photographed natural attractions. They remind us that the earth beneath our feet has its own history, its own timeline, and its own way of creating beauty that far exceeds anything humans could design or build. The mathematical precision of their spherical forms and the intricate artistry of their crack patterns demonstrate that nature, given enough time, can create geometric perfection that rivals any human achievement. The scientific study of the Moeraki Boulders continues to yield new insights into geological processes and ancient environmental conditions. Advanced analytical techniques allow researchers to extract ever more detailed information from these ancient time capsules. Each new discovery adds to our understanding of how our planet has changed over millions of years and helps us better appreciate the complex processes that continue to shape the world around us. As you stand among these perfect stone spheres, listening to the sound of waves washing against the shore, and feeling the wind that has been shaping this coastline for millions of years, it's impossible not to be moved by the deep time they represent. The Moeraki Boulders are more than just rocks, they're teachers, showing us that given enough time, even the most unlikely transformations become possible, and that nature's patience can create wonders that surpass our wildest imagination. They stand as eternal reminders that our planet is far older and more mysterious than we often remember, and that beauty can emerge from the slowest and most gradual processes imaginable. Deep in the heart of East Java, Indonesia, something extraordinary happens every night. As darkness falls across the volcanic landscape, an otherworldly phenomenon begins to emerge from the depths of the earth. Blue flames dance across the rugged terrain, creating a scene so surreal that visitors often question whether they're witnessing reality or stepping into some kind of alien world. This is Kawah Ijen, and what you're seeing isn't some kind of special effect or optical illusion. These are real flames, burning with an electric blue intensity that seems to defy everything we know about fire. Most of us have seen fire countless times throughout our lives. We know what it looks like, how it behaves, and what colors it produces. Yellow, orange, red, sometimes white when it burns particularly hot. But blue, not the pale blue you might glimpse at the base of a gas burner, but a brilliant, almost neon electric blue that illuminates the volcanic landscape like something from a science fiction movie. The flames at Kawah Ijen burn with such intensity and such an unusual color that they seem to belong to another world entirely. But what exactly creates these mysterious blue flames? The answer lies deep within the volcanic crater itself, in a process that's both fascinating and incredibly rare. Kawah Ijen is what's known as a sulfur mining volcano, and it's the sulfur that creates this spectacular display. But not just any sulfur, and not under just any conditions. The specific circumstances that exist within this crater create a perfect storm of chemistry and geology that produces one of the most unique natural phenomena on Earth. The crater of Kawah Ijen sits at an elevation of about 2,400 meters above sea level, and within this crater lies one of the most acidic lakes in the world. The lake's pH level hovers around 0.5, making it more acidic than battery acid. This incredibly hostile environment is created by the constant emission of sulfurous gases from deep within the Earth. These gases don't just dissipate into the atmosphere, though. Instead, they interact with the unique conditions present in the crater to create something truly extraordinary. When sulfur dioxide gas emerges from the volcanic vents, it encounters the cool night air and begins to condense. But here's where things get interesting. Under normal circumstances, sulfur burns with a typical yellow flame. However, when sulfur gas ignites under the specific conditions present at Kawah Ijen, something remarkable happens. The high concentration of sulfur compounds, combined with the lack of oxygen at these temperatures and the presence of other volcanic gases, causes the sulfur to burn at a much lower temperature than usual. This lower burning temperature is the key to understanding why these flames appear blue. While most fires burn at temperatures that produce the familiar yellow and orange colors we associate with flames, the sulfur fires at Kawah Ijen burn at temperatures around 360 degrees Celsius. This might sound hot, and it certainly is hot enough to be dangerous, but in the world of combustion, this is actually quite cool. It's this cooler burning temperature that shifts the light spectrum and creates those mesmerizing blue flames. But the phenomenon becomes even more remarkable when you consider the scale at which it occurs. These aren't just small blue flames flickering here and there. The entire crater rim can be illuminated by walls of blue fire that stretch for hundreds of meters. The flames can reach heights of up to 5 meters, creating an almost continuous barrier of electric blue light that dances and flickers against the volcanic rock. During peak activity, the sight is so intense that it can be seen from kilometers away, like a blue beacon burning in the darkness of the Indonesian night. The blue flames of Kawah Ijen aren't just a nighttime spectacle, though. They burn continuously, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The reason we typically only see them at night is simple. During the day, the bright sunlight overwhelms the relatively dim blue light produced by the burning sulfur. It's only when darkness falls that these flames become visible to the human eye, creating their ethereal, otherworldly appearance. For the local sulfur miners who work in this harsh environment, these blue flames represent both beauty and danger. These men, who are among the toughest workers on Earth, descend into the crater in the early hours of the morning, often working by the light of these very flames. They break chunks of hardened sulfur from around the volcanic vents, load them into baskets, and carry them back up the steep crater walls. It's backbreaking work in one of the most hostile environments on the planet, with temperatures that can reach 40 degrees Celsius during the day and toxic gases that require protective equipment. The sulfur these miners extract isn't just any ordinary sulfur, either. The unique conditions within Kawah Ijen create some of the purest sulfur deposits in the world. This sulfur is highly prized for use in a variety of industries, from rubber production to pharmaceuticals. The miners can carry loads of up to 90 kilograms of sulfur on their backs, making multiple trips each day. It's dangerous work, but for many of these men, it provides their only source of income in this remote part of Indonesia. What makes the blue flames even more mysterious is their unpredictable nature. While they burn continuously, their intensity and appearance can vary dramatically depending on a variety of factors. Wind patterns, atmospheric pressure, the amount of volcanic activity, and even the time of year can all affect how the flames appear. Sometimes they burn as steady, continuous walls of blue light. Other times they flicker and dance like ghostly apparitions, appearing and disappearing in the volcanic mist. The temperature and composition of the gases emerging from the volcanic vents also play a crucial role in determining the appearance of the flames. When the sulfur dioxide concentration is particularly high, the flames burn with an almost blinding intensity. When other volcanic gases are present in higher concentrations, the flames can take on slightly different hues, sometimes appearing more turquoise or even greenish blue. These variations add to the mystery and unpredictability of the phenomenon. Scientists have studied Kawah Ijen extensively, but there are still aspects of the blue flame phenomenon that aren't fully understood. While we know the basic chemistry behind why sulfur burns blue under these conditions, the complex interactions between all the different gases, temperatures, and atmospheric conditions create a system that's incredibly difficult to predict or replicate. Each night, the flames create a slightly different display, making every visit to Kawah Ijen a unique experience. The geological forces that create these conditions are equally fascinating. Kawah Ijen is part of a larger volcanic complex that includes several other active volcanoes. The entire region sits on the edge of the Indo-Australian tectonic plate, where constant geological activity creates the perfect conditions for this type of volcanic phenomenon. The magma chamber deep beneath Kawah Ijen is rich in sulfur compounds. which are continuously vented to the surface through a network of underground channels and fissures. But the blue flames are just one part of what makes Kawah Ijen so extraordinary. The crater lake itself is a marvel of extreme chemistry. Its bright turquoise color might look inviting from a distance, but this lake is one of the most dangerous bodies of water on Earth. The water temperature can reach 60 degrees Celsius, and its extreme acidity means that anything that falls into the lake would be dissolved almost immediately. The lake is constantly fed by hot springs and volcanic gases from below, maintaining its deadly composition year-round. The contrast between the beautiful blue flames and the deadly environment in which they exist creates a fascinating paradox. Here is something incredibly beautiful emerging from conditions that are hostile to almost all forms of life. It's a reminder of how nature can create beauty in the most unlikely places, and how some of the most spectacular phenomena on Earth occur in environments where humans can barely survive. For photographers and adventurous travelers, Kawah Ijen has become something of a pilgrimage site. The trek to reach the crater rim is challenging, requiring a hike that begins in the middle of the night and involves climbing steep volcanic paths in complete darkness. But for those who make the journey, the reward is the chance to witness one of the most unique natural phenomena on the planet. The sight of those electric blue flames dancing against the volcanic landscape is something that stays with visitors for the rest of their lives. The blue flames have also sparked considerable scientific interest beyond just understanding the chemistry involved. Researchers are studying whether similar phenomena might exist on other planets with volcanic activity. Could there be blue flames burning on the volcanic moons of Jupiter or Saturn? The unique conditions at Kawah Ijen provide a natural laboratory for understanding how different atmospheric conditions and chemical compositions might create similar phenomena elsewhere in the solar system. Local legends and folklore surrounding Kawah Ijen add another layer of mystery to the blue flames. For generations, the people living in the surrounding villages have told stories about the crater and its otherworldly fires. Some believe the flames are the spirits of ancient ancestors, forever burning in the volcanic crater. Others see them as a sign of the Earth's power, a reminder of the forces that lie beneath our feet. These stories, passed down through generations, reflect the deep sense of awe and respect that the blue flames inspire in those who witness them. The environmental impact of the blue flames and the surrounding volcanic activity is also a subject of ongoing study. While the flames themselves don't produce significant pollution, the constant emission of sulfur dioxide and other volcanic gases does affect the local ecosystem. The vegetation around the crater is sparse and specially adapted to survive in this high-sulfur environment. Some plants have even evolved to thrive in these conditions, creating unique ecosystems that exist nowhere else on Earth. Climate change and increasing volcanic activity in the region have led to concerns about the future of Kawah Ijen and its blue flames. Rising global temperatures could affect the delicate balance of conditions that create the phenomenon, while increased volcanic activity could make the area too dangerous for the miners and tourists who depend on it. Scientists are monitoring the situation closely, but predicting the future of such a complex geological system is incredibly difficult. The economic impact of the blue flames extends far beyond the sulfur mining operation. Tourism to Kawah Ijen has increased dramatically in recent years, as word of the blue flames has spread through social media and travel blogs. This has brought much-needed income to the local communities, but it has also created new challenges. The influx of visitors has put strain on the local infrastructure and raised concerns about the environmental impact of increased human presence in this fragile ecosystem. As we continue to study and marvel at the blue flames of Kawah Ijen, they serve as a powerful reminder of how much we still don't know about our own planet. Here is a phenomenon that occurs right here on Earth, yet it seems as alien and mysterious as anything we might expect to find on distant worlds. The electric blue flames dancing in the Indonesian night continue to captivate scientists, photographers, and adventurers from around the world, each hoping to unlock a little more of the mystery surrounding this extraordinary natural wonder. What other secrets might be hidden in the volcanic landscapes of our planet? What other phenomena are occurring in remote corners of the Earth, waiting to be discovered and understood? The blue flames of Kawah Ijen remind us that our world is still full of mysteries, still capable of surprising us with displays of beauty and power that challenge our understanding of what's possible in the natural world. In the heart of the Karakum Desert in Turkmenistan, something burns that was never meant to burn forever. A perfect circle of fire has been blazing continuously for over 50 years, consuming natural gas that seeps endlessly from deep within the Earth. This is the Darvaza gas crater, but most people know it by a far more dramatic name, the door to hell. And when you see it for yourself, especially at night when the flames illuminate the surrounding desert like some kind of otherworldly beacon, you understand exactly why it earned that ominous title. The story of how this perpetual inferno came to exist is almost as remarkable as the phenomenon itself. It begins in 1971, during the height of the Soviet Union's ambitious plans to exploit the vast natural gas reserves hidden beneath the deserts of Central Asia. Turkmenistan, with its seemingly endless stretches of sand and extreme climate, wasn't exactly considered prime real estate, but Soviet geologists knew that beneath that barren surface lay some of the world's largest natural gas deposits. A team of Soviet engineers and geologists set up camp in the remote Karakum Desert to conduct exploratory drilling operations. They were looking for natural gas deposits, and they found them. But what happened next was completely unexpected and would create one of the most unique and mysterious landmarks on Earth. During the drilling process, the ground beneath their equipment suddenly gave way. The Earth simply collapsed, creating a massive crater that was roughly 70 meters wide and 20 meters deep. Now, the collapse of ground during drilling operations isn't completely unheard of, especially when you're working above underground caverns or unstable geological formations. But what made this collapse truly extraordinary was what happened immediately afterward. Natural gas began pouring out of the newly formed crater in enormous quantities, creating a potentially dangerous situation for the workers and anyone else in the area. Natural gas, as you probably know, is highly flammable and can be deadly if it accumulates in large concentrations. The Soviet engineers faced a serious problem. They couldn't just leave the gas to vent freely into the atmosphere. Not only would it be an environmental disaster, but the invisible gas could pose a serious threat to anyone who might venture into the area. The gas was also valuable, but there was no infrastructure in place to capture and transport it from this remote location. The solution they came up with seemed reasonable at the time, though it would prove to have consequences that no one could have predicted. The engineers decided to burn off the escaping gas, figuring that it would be safer to have a controlled burn than to let the invisible gas accumulate in the desert air. They lit the gas, expecting it to burn for a few days or maybe a few weeks until the underground reserves were exhausted. That was more than 50 years ago, and the flames are still burning. What the Soviet engineers didn't realize at the time was that they had tapped into something far larger than they could have imagined. The natural gas reserves beneath this part of the Karakum Desert are apparently so vast that they continue to feed the flames decades later, with no sign of diminishing. The crater has become a permanent fixture in the landscape, a circular portal of fire that burns day and night, through sandstorms and rain, through winter cold and summer heat. The flames themselves are a sight that's difficult to describe and impossible to forget. During the day, the fire is visible as a shimmering heat haze rising from the crater, with occasional tongues of flame licking up from the depths. But it's at night that the door to hell truly lives up to its name. As darkness falls across the desert, the crater transforms into something that looks like it could be a gateway to another realm entirely. The flames create an orange glow that can be seen from kilometers away, a perfect circle of light in the vast darkness of the desert. The fire isn't uniform either. Different parts of the crater burn with different intensities, creating a constantly changing display of light and shadow. Sometimes the flames reach several meters high, dancing and flickering in the desert wind. Other times they burn lower and steadier, creating an almost hypnotic display that seems to pulse with its own rhythm. The sound of the burning gas adds another dimension to the experience. Standing near the crater, you can hear a constant roar, like the sound of a massive jet engine or a giant blowtorch. The sound varies depending on wind conditions and the pressure of gas escaping from below, sometimes growing to a deafening roar and other times settling into a steady rumble that seems to emanate from deep within the earth. The heat generated by the burning gas is intense. Even standing well back from the edge of the crater, visitors can feel the warmth on their faces and hands. During the summer months, when desert temperatures can already reach 50 degrees Celsius during the day, the additional heat from the crater makes the area almost unbearable. It's estimated that the temperature at the center of the crater reaches over 1,000 degrees Celsius, hot enough to melt most metals. But what makes the door to hell truly mysterious isn't just its impressive display of fire and heat. It's the questions that surround its continued existence. How much natural gas is actually down there? How long will it continue to burn? And perhaps most intriguingly, what else might be hidden in the depths beneath the flames? Geologists who have studied the site believe that the gas reserves feeding the crater are connected to a much larger underground system. The Karakum Desert sits above what's known as the Amu Darya Basin, one of the world's largest natural gas fields. The reserves in this region are estimated to contain trillions of cubic meters of natural gas, enough to supply the world's energy needs for decades. The Darvaza crater might be tapping into just a tiny fraction of these reserves, which could explain why it's been burning for so long with no signs of stopping. Geological processes that created these gas reserves began millions of years ago. Ancient seas once covered this region, and as marine organisms died and settled to the sea floor, they were gradually buried under layers of sediment. Over geological time, the pressure and heat from these accumulating layers transformed the organic matter into natural gas and oil. The resulting deposits became trapped beneath impermeable rock layers, creating the vast underground reservoirs that exist today. The collapse that created the crater in 1971 likely occurred because the drilling operations encountered a large underground cavern or chamber filled with pressurized gas. When the ground gave way, it created a direct connection between these deep gas reserves and the surface, allowing the gas to escape continuously. The fact that the flow has remained consistent for over 50 years suggests that the underground system is much more extensive than anyone initially realized. Scientists and engineers have made various attempts to study the crater more closely, but the extreme conditions make it incredibly difficult and dangerous. The intense heat, toxic gases, and unstable ground around the crater create a hostile environment that limits how close researchers can get. Remote sensing equipment can provide some information, but many questions about the crater's geology and the extent of the gas reserves remain unanswered. One of the most intriguing aspects of the door to hell is its potential impact on the local environment and climate. Burning natural gas produces carbon dioxide and water vapor, both greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. The crater has been burning continuously for over 50 years, releasing these gases into the atmosphere 24 hours a day. While the environmental impact of a single crater might seem small compared to global industrial emissions, the cumulative effect over decades could be significant. The area around the crater has also been affected by the constant heat and gas emissions. Vegetation is sparse, and the soil composition has been altered by the continuous exposure to high temperatures and combustion byproducts. Some researchers have noted changes in the local microclimate, with the crater creating its own weather patterns in the immediate vicinity. Despite the harsh conditions, the door to hell has become an unlikely tourist destination. Adventure travelers and photographers from around the world make the difficult journey to reach this remote corner of Turkmenistan, drawn by the opportunity to witness one of the most unique phenomena on Earth. The journey isn't easy, requiring special permits from the Turkmen government and a long drive across difficult desert terrain. But for those who make the trip, the experience is unforgettable. The best time to visit is during the cooler months, when desert temperatures are more manageable, though even then the area around the crater remains extremely hot. Most visitors arrive in the late afternoon and stay through the night, as the full impact of the burning crater is only visible after dark. Camping near the crater has become popular among adventurous travelers, though it requires careful preparation and safety precautions due to the extreme conditions. The door to hell has also captured the imagination of artists, photographers, and filmmakers. The dramatic visual impact of the burning crater, especially at night, has made it a popular subject for photography and video. The site has been featured in documentaries, travel shows, and countless social media posts, helping to spread awareness of this remarkable phenomenon to a global audience. Local legends and folklore have grown up around the crater over the decades since its creation. Some local people view it as a cursed place, while others see it as a sign of the Earth's power and mystery. The name Door to Hell itself reflects the awe and slight fear that the crater inspires in those who see it. There's something almost supernatural about a fire that burns continuously without any apparent fuel source, at least none that's visible to the casual observer. The economic implications of the Door to Hell are also significant. Turkmenistan has some of the world's largest natural gas reserves, and the gas that's been burning in the crater for over 50 years represents a substantial loss of valuable resources. Various proposals have been made over the years to either extinguish the flames and cap the well, or to harness the escaping gas for energy production. However, the technical challenges and costs involved in such operations, combined with the crater's remote location, have made these proposals difficult to implement. In recent years, there have been renewed discussions about what to do with the Door to Hell. Environmental concerns about the continuous release of greenhouse gases, combined with the potential economic value of the escaping gas, have led to proposals for closing the crater. However, the site has also become an important tourist attraction for Turkmenistan, bringing visitors and foreign currency to a country that has relatively few other tourist destinations. The scientific value of the Door to Hell extends beyond just understanding natural gas deposits. The crater provides researchers with a unique opportunity to study combustion processes under extreme conditions, the behavior of underground gas systems, and the long-term effects of continuous burning on desert ecosystems. The site serves as a natural laboratory for understanding phenomena that would be difficult or impossible to recreate artificially. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Door to Hell is how it challenges our understanding of natural systems and sustainability. Here is a fire that has been burning continuously for over 50 years, fed by resources that were formed over millions of years of geological processes. It represents both the incredible power of natural forces and the unintended consequences of human activities. The crater was created by human engineering, but it has become something that operates according to its own natural laws, beyond human control. The Door to Hell also raises questions about the other hidden wonders that might exist beneath the surface of our planet. If a simple drilling operation could uncover such a remarkable phenomenon in the middle of a remote desert, what other secrets might be waiting to be discovered? The Earth beneath our feet contains systems and processes that we're only beginning to understand, shaped by forces that operate on timescales far beyond human experience. As night falls in the Karakum Desert and the flames of the Door to Hell begin to illuminate the surrounding landscape, visitors are reminded of the incredible forces that shape our world. Here is a place where the boundary between the surface world and the deep earth has been breached, creating a window into the powerful processes that operate far beneath our feet. The eternal flames serve as a constant reminder that our planet is far more dynamic and mysterious than we often realize, full of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. Imagine standing on the edge of a remote island off the coast of Western Australia, looking down at what appears to be a giant strawberry milkshake that somehow replaced a lake. The water is so intensely pink that it looks like someone dumped thousands of gallons of food coloring into it. But this isn't the result of pollution or human interference. This is Lake Hillier, one of nature's most bewildering creations, and despite decades of scientific investigation, we still don't fully understand why it maintains its shocking bubblegum pink color year-round. Lake Hillier sits on Middle Island, part of the Racetrack archipelago off the southern coast of Western Australia. The island itself is uninhabited, accessible only by helicopter or boat, making the lake feel like a secret that nature has been keeping hidden from the world. From above, the contrast is almost surreal. The lake's vivid pink waters are surrounded by a ring of white salt, then dense eucalyptus forest, and finally the deep blue of the Southern Ocean. It's as if someone took a painter's palette and decided to create the most impossible landscape they could imagine. The lake measures about 600 meters long and 250 meters wide, making it relatively small compared to other famous lakes around the world. But what it lacks in size, it more than makes up for in sheer visual impact. The pink isn't subtle or soft. It's bold, almost aggressive in its intensity, the kind of color that makes you question whether your eyes are playing tricks on you. What makes Lake Hillier even more mysterious is that its pink color remains constant regardless of the weather, the season, or even when the water is removed from the lake. If you were to take a sample of the water in a clear glass container, it would still maintain that distinctive pink hue. This permanence sets it apart from other pink lakes around the world, many of which change color depending on temperature, light conditions, or seasonal variations. The first recorded European to see Lake Hillier was navigator Matthew Flinders in 1803. Flinders was exploring the Australian coast when he climbed to the highest point on Middle Island and spotted the unusual pink body of water below. He noted it in his journal, describing it as a small lake whose water was of a rose color. Even then, more than 200 years ago, the lake was already displaying its characteristic pink coloration, suggesting that whatever causes this phenomenon has been stable for centuries, possibly much longer. But Flinders wasn't the only early explorer to encounter something this strange. Throughout the 19th century, sailors and whalers who used Middle Island as a temporary base reported seeing the pink lake. Some thought it was an optical illusion caused by the intense Australian sun. Others wondered if it might be some kind of mineral deposit or unusual algae, but none of them had the scientific tools to investigate further. The most obvious question that comes to mind is simple: what makes the water pink? Scientists have been studying Lake Hillier for decades, and while they have some theories, none of them fully explain the lake's unique characteristics. The leading hypothesis involves a combination of factors, including specific types of bacteria, algae, and the lake's high salt content. One of the prime suspects is a type of bacteria called Salinibacter ruber. This microorganism thrives in extremely salty environments and produces red and pink pigments as a way to protect itself from intense sunlight. When Salinibacter ruber is present in high concentrations, it can turn water various shades of pink and red. Similar bacteria are responsible for the pink coloration in other salt lakes around the world, including some in Spain, Senegal, and parts of the United States. But here's where things get complicated. While Salinibacter ruber has been found in Lake Hillier, its presence alone doesn't fully account for the lake's consistent, intense pink color. Other pink lakes that rely primarily on this bacteria tend to change color based on temperature, light, and seasonal conditions. Lake Hillier remains stubbornly pink regardless of these variables. Another theory involves a type of algae called Dunaliella salina. This microscopic organism also produces pink and red pigments when stressed by high salt concentrations and intense light. Dunaliella salina is commonly found in salt lakes and is even commercially harvested in some places for its pigments, which are used in food coloring and cosmetics. Like Salinibacter rubor, this algae has been detected in Lake Hillier, but again, its presence doesn't fully explain the lake's unique properties. Some researchers have suggested that the answer might lie in a specific combination of these organisms, along with other factors that create a perfect storm for pink coloration. The lake's salt content is extremely high, similar to that of the Dead Sea. This creates an environment where only the most specialized organisms can survive. The intense Australian sun provides the light stress that triggers pigment production in these organisms. And the lake's isolation means that the delicate balance of conditions remains undisturbed. But even this multi-factor explanation has gaps. Scientists have studied water samples from Lake Hillier extensively, and while they've identified various bacteria and algae, they haven't found concentrations high enough to definitively account for the intense pink color. It's as if there's something else at work, some additional factor that amplifies or maintains the coloration in ways we don't yet understand. One of the most intriguing aspects of Lake Hillier is its stability. Most pink lakes around the world are highly sensitive to environmental changes. A slight shift in temperature, a change in rainfall patterns, or even human interference can alter their color dramatically. Some pink lakes are only pink during certain seasons or times of day. Others have lost their pink coloration entirely due to climate change or human activity. Lake Hillier seems immune to these fluctuations. Researchers have monitored the lake through different seasons, weather patterns, and even during years with unusual rainfall or temperature variations. The pink remains constant. This suggests that whatever mechanism is responsible for the coloration is either incredibly robust or is being continuously reinforced by some factor that scientists haven't identified yet. The lake's remote location has helped preserve its mystery. Middle Island is not easily accessible, and there are strict regulations about who can visit and what activities are permitted. This has prevented the kind of human interference that has affected other unique natural phenomena around the world. But it has also limited the amount of detailed research that can be conducted. What we do know is that despite its unusual appearance, Lake Hillier is not toxic. The water, while extremely salty, doesn't pose any danger to humans or animals. In fact, during the early 20th century, there were attempts to harvest salt from the lake for commercial purposes. Workers would wade into the pink water to collect salt deposits, apparently suffering no ill effects from their exposure to the mysterious pink liquid. The salt harvesting operation, which ran from 1901 to 1935, provides us with some of the earliest detailed observations of the lake. Workers reported that the pink color was consistent throughout the lake, not just on the surface. They also noted that the color seemed to intensify during the hottest parts of the day, though it never disappeared entirely, even during cool weather or at night. These historical accounts are valuable because they confirm that Lake Hillier's pink coloration is not a recent phenomenon. Whatever is causing it has been stable for well over a century, possibly much longer. This longevity is unusual in the natural world, where most phenomena involving living organisms tend to fluctuate over time. But Lake Hillier isn't the only pink lake in the world. There are dozens of others scattered across various continents, each with their own unique characteristics and explanations for their coloration. Some, like Lake Retba in Senegal, are pink due to high concentrations of Dunaliella salina algae. Others, like the pink lakes in Western Australia's Goldfields region, get their color from different combinations of bacteria and algae. What sets Lake Hillier apart is not just its intense, stable coloration, but also its location and the specific conditions that maintain it. The lake sits in a unique microenvironment, influenced by the surrounding eucalyptus forest, the nearby ocean, and the island's geological characteristics. These factors might work together in ways that we don't fully understand to create and maintain the perfect conditions for the lake's pink coloration. Some researchers have speculated that the eucalyptus trees surrounding the lake might play a role. Eucalyptus leaves contain various chemical compounds that, when they decompose and wash into the lake, could interact with the existing bacteria and algae in unexpected ways. The trees might be providing nutrients that support specific types of microorganisms, or they might be contributing chemical compounds that enhance or stabilize the pink pigments. The nearby ocean is another potential factor. Middle Island is surrounded by the Southern Ocean, and sea spray regularly reaches the lake, potentially introducing salt, minerals, and even marine microorganisms that could influence the lake's ecosystem. The constant supply of salt from sea spray might help maintain the high salinity levels that stress the organisms into producing their pink pigments. There's also the possibility that the lake's pink color is maintained by geological factors that we haven't fully identified. The rock and soil composition of Middle Island might contain minerals or chemical compounds that interact with the water and its microorganisms in unique ways. Some pink lakes around the world get their color partially from dissolved minerals, though this doesn't seem to be the primary explanation for Lake Hillier. The geological history of the area is complex. Middle Island, like much of the western Australian coast, was shaped by millions of years of geological activity. The Racetrack Archipelago, where the island is located, consists of granite outcrops that were formed deep within the Earth's crust and later exposed through geological processes. These ancient rocks might contain trace elements or minerals that contribute to the lake's unique chemistry. Climate also plays a role, though perhaps not in the way you might expect. Western Australia's climate is characterized by hot, dry summers and mild, wet winters. This creates a pattern of evaporation and rainfall that constantly concentrates and dilutes the lake's contents. Most lakes would show significant color variations under these conditions, but Lake Hillier maintains its pink coloration throughout these cycles. The intense Australian sun provides another piece of the puzzle. The ultraviolet radiation and intense light stress many of the microorganisms that live in high-salt environments, triggering them to produce protective pigments. But Australia has many salt lakes that receive similar amounts of sunlight, and most of them aren't pink. There must be something specific about Lake Hillier's combination of conditions that creates and maintains the perfect environment for pink coloration. Recent advances in DNA sequencing and microbiological analysis have provided new tools for studying Lake Hillier, but they've also raised new questions. Scientists have been able to identify a much wider variety of microorganisms in the lake than was previously known, including several species that haven't been found anywhere else. This suggests that Lake Hillier might host a unique ecosystem that has evolved in isolation on Middle Island. Some of these newly discovered organisms might be contributing to the lake's pink color in ways that weren't previously understood, or they might be playing supporting roles, creating conditions that allow the known pink-producing organisms to thrive. The more scientists look, the more complex the lake's ecosystem appears to be. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of recent research is what it hasn't found. Despite extensive sampling and analysis, scientists still haven't identified a single organism or chemical compound that can fully account for Lake Hillier's intense, stable pink coloration. It's as if the lake is keeping its most important secret hidden, even from our most advanced scientific instruments. This ongoing mystery has made Lake Hillier a subject of fascination, not just for scientists, but for anyone interested in the unexplained wonders of our planet. The lake challenges our understanding of how natural systems work and reminds us that even in our age of advanced technology and scientific knowledge, the Earth still holds secrets that we haven't unlocked. The lake has also become a symbol of the importance of preserving remote and unusual natural environments. Middle Island and Lake Hillier are protected areas, but they face potential threats from climate change, sea level rise, and human activity. If the delicate balance of conditions that maintains the lake's pink color were to be disrupted, we might lose this natural wonder before we fully understand what creates it. Some scientists worry that global climate change could affect the lake's ecosystem. Rising temperatures, changing rainfall patterns, or shifts in ocean currents could alter the precise conditions that have maintained Lake Hillier's pink color for centuries. The lake's small size and isolated location make it particularly vulnerable to environmental changes that might not significantly impact larger bodies of water. There's also the question of what other mysteries might be hidden in the lake's depths. Most studies of Lake Hillier have focused on surface water samples, but the lake reaches depths of several meters. The conditions at the bottom might be different from those at the surface, potentially hosting different organisms or chemical processes. The lake bed itself might hold clues about how long the pink coloration has persisted and what conditions were like in the past. Future research might involve more sophisticated sampling techniques, long-term monitoring stations, or even underwater exploration. But any such research must be carefully balanced against the need to preserve the lake's pristine condition. The very act of studying Lake Hillier too intensively could potentially disrupt the delicate ecosystem that creates its unique coloration. The mystery of Lake Hillier also raises broader questions about how much we still don't know about our own planet. Despite centuries of scientific exploration and increasingly sophisticated analytical tools, we continue to discover phenomena that challenge our understanding of how natural systems work. The lake serves as a reminder that the Earth still holds secrets, that there are still processes and interactions occurring in nature that we haven't fully deciphered. This sense of ongoing mystery is perhaps one of Lake Hillier's most valuable contributions to human knowledge and imagination. In an age when many people assume that science has explained most natural phenomena, the lake stands as a beautiful contradiction to that assumption. It suggests that wonder and mystery are still abundant in the natural world, waiting to be discovered by those curious enough to look for them. The lake has also become a symbol of the importance of preserving unusual and remote natural environments. Climate change, human development, and environmental degradation threaten many of the world's unique ecosystems, often before we fully understand what makes them special. Lake Hillier's protected status has helped preserve not just its pink coloration, but also the complex ecosystem that may be responsible for creating it. Conservation efforts around Lake Hillier have had to balance multiple competing interests. Scientists want access to study the lake's unique properties, but too much research activity could potentially disrupt the delicate conditions that maintain its pink color. Tourists want to visit this natural wonder, but increased visitation could damage the fragile island ecosystem. Government agencies want to protect the site, but they must do so with limited resources and incomplete understanding of what exactly they're protecting. These challenges reflect broader issues in environmental conservation, where the most effective protection strategies often require understanding complex systems that science hasn't yet fully explained. Lake Hillier has become a case study in how to protect natural wonders even when we don't completely understand what makes them wonderful. The lake's story also highlights the role that chance and serendipity continue to play in scientific discovery. Many of the most important observations about Lake Hillier have come from unexpected sources. Early explorers who stumbled upon it during routine navigation, salt workers who provided detailed descriptions of its properties, and researchers studying other aspects of the island's ecosystem who made relevant discoveries almost by accident. This element of chance discovery suggests that there may be many other phenomena like Lake Hillier scattered around the world, waiting to be noticed by the right person at the right time. Remote locations, unusual conditions, and the intersection of multiple factors could be creating natural wonders that remain unknown simply because no one has yet had the opportunity or motivation to investigate them thoroughly. The technological advances that have been brought to bear on studying Lake Hillier also demonstrate how scientific tools continue to evolve and improve. Techniques that didn't exist when the lake was first discovered are now revealing details about its ecosystem that would have been impossible to detect just a few decades ago. DNA sequencing, satellite imagery, chemical analysis, and computer modeling have all contributed to our growing understanding of the lake's complexity. Yet even with these advanced tools, the lake continues to keep its most important secrets. This suggests that some natural phenomena may require not just better technology, but entirely new ways of thinking about how natural systems work. Lake Hillier may be challenging us to develop new theoretical frameworks or analytical approaches that haven't yet been invented. The lake's pink color has also inspired artists, writers, and creative thinkers around the world. Its surreal appearance challenges our assumptions about what natural landscapes should look like, encouraging people to question their preconceptions about the natural world. Many visitors report that seeing the lake changed their perspective on nature, making them more aware of the diversity and strangeness that exists in environments they had previously taken for granted. This artistic and cultural impact extends far beyond the scientific mystery of the lake's coloration. Lake Hillier has become a symbol of the unexpected beauty that can emerge from the most unlikely combinations of circumstances. Its existence suggests that the natural world is far more creative and surprising than we often give it credit for, capable of producing wonders that surpass human imagination. The lake has also influenced discussions about what constitutes natural beauty and how human beings relate to unusual natural phenomena. Traditional concepts of natural beauty often emphasize familiar, comfortable landscapes that make people feel at home in the natural world. Lake Hillier challenges this by presenting a landscape that is simultaneously beautiful and alien, familiar and completely unexpected. Some philosophers and environmental thinkers have suggested that encounters with phenomena like Lake Hillier are important for developing a proper sense of humility about human knowledge and capabilities. The lake reminds us that nature is not just a collection of resources to be understood and exploited, but a complex system capable of producing phenomena that exceed our current ability to explain or replicate. The ongoing mystery of Lake Hillier also serves as a reminder of the limits of human knowledge and the importance of maintaining a sense of wonder about the natural world. Even as our scientific understanding grows more sophisticated, there remain phenomena that challenge our explanations and force us to acknowledge how much we still have to learn. For now, Lake Hillier remains one of nature's most beautiful and perplexing mysteries. It sits on its remote island, maintaining its shocking pink color day after day, year after year, defying our attempts to fully explain its existence. Whether the answer lies in a unique combination of known factors or in something entirely unexpected that we haven't discovered yet, Lake Hillier continues to challenge our understanding of the natural world and remind us that our planet still holds secrets that can take our breath away. The lake stands as a testament to the enduring power of natural mystery in an age of scientific explanation. It suggests that no matter how much we learn about the world around us, there will always be phenomena that surprise us, challenge us, and remind us that the Earth is far stranger and more wonderful than we can possibly imagine. In its shocking pink waters, Lake Hillier holds not just the secrets of its own existence, but also the promise that wonder and discovery remain abundant in the natural world for those curious enough to seek them out. In the heart of Chile's Atacama Desert, rising from an endless expanse of sand and rock like something from a fever dream, stands one of the most surreal and haunting sculptures ever created. Known simply as La Mano del Desierto, or the Hand in the Desert, this massive concrete sculpture depicts a human hand emerging from the earth, its fingers reaching desperately toward the sky, as if seeking rescue from some underground tomb. But this isn't just an impressive piece of art dropped randomly in the wilderness. The hand in the desert represents something much deeper, a meditation on human existence, isolation, and the relationship between civilization and the vast emptiness of one of Earth's most extreme environments. The sculpture stands 11 meters tall, roughly 36 feet, making it visible from kilometers away across the flat desert landscape. Its dark concrete surface contrasts starkly with the pale sand and rock of the Atacama, creating an almost alien presence that seems to shift and change depending on the light and the viewer's perspective. During the harsh midday sun, the hand casts a sharp, dramatic shadow that moves across the desert floor like a sundial, marking the passage of time in this timeless landscape. At sunrise and sunset, the sculpture takes on an almost ethereal quality, seeming to glow against the painted sky. The hand in the desert was created by Chilean sculptor Mario Irarrázaval and was unveiled in 1992. Irarrázaval is known for his large-scale sculptures that explore themes of human vulnerability and the relationship between people and their environment. But none of his other works have captured the public imagination quite like this solitary hand reaching up from the desert floor. The location itself is as important as the sculpture. The Atacama Desert is often described as the driest place on Earth, with some weather stations in the region never having recorded rainfall. Parts of the desert are so arid that they're used by NASA to test equipment for Mars missions, because the landscape is considered one of the closest Earth analogs to the Martian surface. It's a place where life struggles to exist, where the absence of water creates a landscape that feels more like another planet than part of our familiar world. In this context, the hand becomes more than just a sculpture. It becomes a symbol of human presence asserting itself against the overwhelming indifference of nature. The hand appears to be struggling, grasping for something just out of reach, perhaps representing humanity's eternal struggle against the forces that threaten to overwhelm us. Or maybe it's reaching toward the sky in a gesture of hope or prayer, acknowledging something greater than ourselves in the face of the desert's vast emptiness. But the story of how the hand came to exist in this remote location is almost as intriguing as the sculpture itself. The project was funded by Corporación Pro Antofagasta, a local organization dedicated to promoting tourism and cultural development in the region. Antofagasta is the nearest city to the sculpture, located about 75 kilometers to the north, but even calling it the nearest city understates just how isolated the hand truly is. The decision to place such a major artistic installation in the middle of nowhere was controversial from the beginning. Critics argued that the money could have been better spent on social programs or infrastructure development. Others questioned whether it was appropriate to alter such a pristine natural environment with a human-made structure. But supporters argued that the sculpture would bring international attention to the region and serve as a landmark that would attract visitors to an area that had been largely ignored by tourism. The construction process itself was an enormous logistical challenge. Every piece of material, every tool, every drop of water needed for the concrete mixing had to be transported across kilometers of desert terrain to reach the installation site. The sculpture had to be built to withstand not just the desert's extreme temperature variations, which can range from below freezing at night to over 40 degrees Celsius during the day, but also the occasional sandstorms that sweep across the region with enough force to strip paint from vehicles. Irarrázaval worked with engineers to ensure that the hand would remain stable in the shifting desert sands. The sculpture is anchored deep underground with a foundation that extends several meters below the surface. This hidden infrastructure is as impressive as the visible portion of the sculpture, representing a significant engineering challenge in an environment where traditional construction methods don't always apply. The choice to depict a hand was deeply symbolic. In many cultures, hands represent human agency, our ability to create, to reach out, to connect with others. They're tools of both creation and destruction, capable of great gentleness and terrible violence. A hand reaching upward can suggest prayer, hope, a plea for help, or a gesture of triumph. In the context of the Atacama Desert, all of these interpretations seem relevant. The sculpture's realistic proportions and detailed surface texture make it feel almost alive, as if at any moment the hand might flex its fingers or shift its position. Irazavil spent considerable time studying human anatomy to ensure that the hand would have the correct proportions and musculature. The result is a sculpture that feels simultaneously monumental and intimate, massive in scale, but recognizably human in its details. From the moment it was completed, the hand in the desert began attracting visitors from around the world. What started as a local cultural project quickly became an international phenomenon. Travelers began making pilgrimages to the remote site, often driving for hours across difficult terrain just to see the sculpture in person. The hand appeared in travel magazines, art books, and social media posts, gradually building a reputation as one of the world's most unusual and compelling outdoor art installations. But visiting the hand in the desert is not for the casual tourist. The sculpture is located along the Pan-American Highway, the massive road system that connects much of North and South America, but even reaching it requires careful planning. The nearest town is small and offers limited services. Visitors need to bring their own water, food, and emergency supplies, as the desert environment can be unforgiving to those who are unprepared. The journey to reach the hand has become part of its mystique. Travelers often describe the experience of driving through the seemingly endless desert, watching the landscape gradually become more and more alien, until suddenly the sculpture appears on the horizon like a mirage. The approach creates a sense of anticipation and pilgrimage that adds to the emotional impact of finally encountering the hand up close. Once visitors arrive, many report being struck by the sculpture's emotional power. Standing next to the hand, with the vast expanse of the Atacama stretching in every direction, can be a profoundly moving experience. Some describe feeling a sense of solidarity with the gesture the hand represents, as if they're sharing in its reach toward the sky. Others report feeling overwhelmed by the scale of the desert and their own smallness within it. The hand has also become a canvas for unofficial additions by visitors. Despite being located in a remote area with no permanent human presence, the sculpture has gradually accumulated graffiti, messages, and small offerings left by travelers. Some visitors have left flowers, stones, or personal mementos at the base of the hand. Others have carved initials or messages into the concrete surface itself. This ongoing modification of the sculpture by its visitors raises interesting questions about the nature of public art and the relationship between artists, their work, and the public. Irazavil has expressed mixed feelings about these additions to his sculpture. While he appreciates that people feel moved to leave their mark or make offerings, he also worries about the long-term impact on the artwork's integrity. The graffiti and modifications have become part of the hand's evolving story. Each addition represents another human encounter with the sculpture, another moment when someone felt compelled to respond to its presence in some tangible way. In a sense, these modifications transform the hand from a static artwork into a living monument that continues to grow and change through its interactions with visitors. The sculpture has also attracted attention from unexpected quarters. Scientists studying the Atacama Desert have noted that the hand has become a reference point for navigation and research activities in the region. Its distinctive silhouette is visible from great distances and shows up clearly in satellite imagery, making it a useful landmark in an environment where traditional navigation markers are scarce. Photographers and artists have been particularly drawn to the hand in the desert. The sculpture's dramatic form and remote location create opportunities for striking images, especially during the golden hours of sunrise and sunset, when the desert light takes on an otherworldly quality. Many photographers have made multiple trips to the site, documenting how the sculpture appears under different lighting conditions and weather patterns. The hand has also inspired other artists and writers. Its combination of human symbolism and environmental isolation has been interpreted as a commentary on everything from climate change to social alienation to spiritual seeking. Some see it as a warning about humanity's impact on the natural world, while others interpret it as a celebration of human creativity and persistence in the face of harsh conditions. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the hand in the desert is how it changes the experience of the landscape around it. The Atacama Desert, despite its stark beauty, can feel overwhelming in its emptiness and indifference to human presence. The hand provides a focal point, a human reference that helps visitors relate to the vast scale of their surroundings. It transforms an anonymous stretch of desert into a destination, a place with meaning and significance. This transformation of space through art is one of the most powerful effects that public sculptures can have. By placing the hand in this remote location, Ararazabal didn't just create a sculpture, he created a pilgrimage site, a reason for people to venture into a landscape they might otherwise never experience. The sculpture serves as a bridge between human culture and the natural world, making the desert accessible to people who might otherwise find it too alien or forbidding. The hand's presence has also had economic impacts on the region. While the Atacama Desert was never a major tourist destination, the sculpture has attracted a steady stream of visitors who contribute to the local economy through spending on transportation, accommodation, and supplies. Small businesses in nearby towns have benefited from the increased traffic, and the hand has become a symbol that helps promote the broader region. Over the years since its installation, the hand in the desert has weathered the extreme conditions of its environment remarkably well. The concrete has shown some signs of aging and weathering, but the sculpture remains structurally sound and visually impressive. This durability is a testament to both the quality of its construction and its designer's understanding of the challenging environmental conditions it would face. The sculpture has also survived various natural phenomena that regularly affect the Atacama Desert. Occasional earthquakes, which are common in this seismically active region, have not damaged the hand structure. The deep foundation and careful engineering that went into its construction have proven their worth time and again, as minor tremors have shaken the ground around it. Sandstorms, while they have gradually worn away some surface details, have not significantly altered the sculpture's overall appearance. These storms can be violent affairs, with winds reaching speeds that would be dangerous to human life, carrying sand and small rocks that act like natural sandpaper against any exposed surface. The patina that has developed on the hand's surface over the decades tells its own story of survival. The concrete has darkened and weathered in patterns that reflect the prevailing winds and the path of the sun across the desert sky. These changes have, in many ways, made the sculpture even more compelling, giving it a lived-in quality that speaks to its endurance in this harsh environment. Even the rare instances of rainfall in the desert haven't caused any major deterioration, though they do create temporary dramatic effects as water runs down the sculpture's surface, creating dark streaks that gradually fade as the desert sun dries everything once again. But the hand in the desert faces ongoing challenges that go beyond the natural forces it was designed to withstand. Climate change, while it might seem irrelevant in such an already extreme environment, could potentially affect the sculpture in unexpected ways. Scientists studying the Atacama have noted subtle changes in weather patterns over recent decades. While the desert remains one of the driest places on Earth, there have been slight variations in temperature ranges and occasional unusual weather events that could, over time, impact the sculpture's preservation. Changes in weather patterns, increased frequency of extreme weather events, or shifts in the desert's ecosystem could all impact the sculpture's long-term preservation. For instance, if climate change were to alter the wind patterns that regularly sweep across the desert, it could change how sand and debris interact with the sculpture. More intense storms or unusual precipitation events could potentially cause erosion or structural stress that wasn't anticipated when the hand was originally constructed. human factors also pose increasingly complex challenges. As the hand has become more famous, particularly through social media and online travel communities, it has attracted larger numbers of visitors, some of whom are not prepared for the harsh desert environment. The sculpture's remote location, which was originally part of its artistic power, has become a safety concern as more people attempt to reach it without proper preparation or understanding of desert survival. Search and rescue operations have been required when visitors have become stranded or injured while trying to reach the sculpture. These incidents often involve people who underestimated the challenges of desert travel, ran out of fuel or water, or suffered vehicle breakdowns in an area with no cell phone coverage and limited traffic. The cost and complexity of these rescue operations have led to discussions about whether additional infrastructure or safety measures should be installed in the area. Some have proposed adding basic facilities like emergency communication devices or shelter structures near the hand, but others argue that such additions would compromise the sculpture's artistic integrity and its relationship with the pristine desert environment. This tension between public safety and artistic preservation reflects broader questions about how society should balance access to cultural sites with the preservation of their essential character. There are also ongoing debates about maintenance and preservation that extend far beyond simple structural concerns. While the hand has proven remarkably durable, it will eventually require some form of conservation work to preserve it for future generations. But any maintenance activities in such a remote location present significant logistical challenges and expenses that go far beyond typical art conservation projects. The question of who should be responsible for the sculpture's long-term maintenance remains unresolved. The original sponsors have fulfilled their initial commitment, but the hand's growing international significance has created expectations that it will be preserved indefinitely. Local government agencies, cultural organizations, and even international art preservation groups have all been suggested as potential stewards, but none have taken full responsibility for what would be a substantial ongoing commitment. The financial challenges are particularly complex because any major conservation work would require transporting specialized equipment and materials across difficult terrain to an extremely remote location. Even basic maintenance tasks like cleaning or minor repairs become major logistical operations when they must be carried out kilometers from the nearest infrastructure. The success of the hand in the desert has inspired other artists and communities to consider similar projects, though none have attempted anything quite so ambitious in such a challenging location. Several other large-scale sculptures have been installed in remote or challenging locations around the world, often explicitly referencing Ihrizaval's work as an inspiration. These include other desert installations, mountaintop sculptures, and artworks placed in abandoned industrial sites or other unusual locations. But none have quite captured the same combination of artistic power, environmental drama, and cultural resonance that makes the hand so compelling. Part of this may be due to the unique qualities of the Atacama Desert itself, which provides a backdrop that is simultaneously beautiful and forbidding. The hand benefits from being placed in a landscape that is genuinely otherworldly, where the sculpture's surreal qualities complement rather than compete with the environment. The hand has also influenced discussions about public art more broadly, particularly regarding the relationship between artwork and environment. Traditional public sculptures are typically placed in urban settings where they must compete with buildings, traffic, and the constant activity of city life. The hand demonstrates the power of placing art in a context where it can exist without such distractions, where viewers can encounter it in a state of quiet contemplation. This approach to public art has influenced urban planners and artists to think differently about how and where public sculptures should be placed. Some cities have begun seeking out more unusual or challenging locations for public art installations, recognizing that the environment in which art is encountered can be as important as the artwork itself. The hand's influence extends into the realm of pilgrimage and spiritual seeking as well. Many visitors describe their journey to see the sculpture in terms that echo religious or spiritual pilgrimage. The difficulty of reaching the site, the preparation required, and the profound experience of encountering the hand in its desert setting create a sense of accomplishment and transformation that goes beyond typical tourism. This spiritual dimension wasn't necessarily intended by the artist, but it has become an important part of how the sculpture is experienced and understood. Visitors often report that seeing the hand changed their perspective on art, on the desert, or on their own relationship with challenging environments. Some return multiple times, finding new meaning in the sculpture with each visit. The hand has also become a subject of academic study, with researchers from fields ranging from art history to environmental psychology examining its impact and significance. Studies have looked at how the sculpture affects visitors' perception of the desert environment, how it influences local tourism patterns, and what it reveals about the relationship between art and place. As the sculpture approaches its fourth decade in the desert, it continues to evolve in meaning and significance. For many visitors, it has become a symbol of human persistence and creativity in the face of overwhelming natural forces. The hand represents our species' refusal to be intimidated by hostile environments, our drive to leave marks of meaning, even in places where survival itself is challenging. For others, it represents the complex relationship between art and environment, between human culture and the natural world. The hand neither dominates nor submits to its desert setting, but exists in a kind of dialogue with it. The sculpture changes the way people see the desert, while the desert changes the sculpture through weathering and the accumulation of time. Environmental philosophers have found in the hand a powerful symbol of humanity's relationship with nature. Some see it as representing our tendency to impose ourselves on natural landscapes, while others interpret it as showing how human creativity can enhance rather than diminish natural beauty. These different interpretations reflect broader debates about the proper relationship between human culture and the environment. The hand in the desert stands as a testament to the power of art to transform space and create meaning. In one of the most desolate places on Earth, a simple gesture frozen in concrete has become a destination, a symbol, and a source of wonder for people from around the world. It reminds us that human creativity can flourish even in the most challenging environments, and that sometimes the most powerful art emerges from the intersection of human imagination and the raw forces of nature. But perhaps most importantly, the hand demonstrates that great art doesn't require grand museums or prestigious urban locations to have profound impact. Sometimes the most moving artistic experiences happen when we're willing to venture beyond our comfort zones, to seek out art in places where it challenges not just our aesthetic sensibilities, but our physical and emotional resilience as well. The hand in the desert rewards those who make the journey to find it, offering not just a visual spectacle, but a transformative encounter with human creativity in one of Earth's most extraordinary landscapes. Imagine stepping off a plane onto an island where the trees look like they've been borrowed from an alien world, where plants grow nowhere else on Earth, and where evolution took a completely different path than anywhere else on the planet. This isn't science fiction. This is Socotra Island, and it's one of the most isolated and bizarre places our world has to offer. Located roughly 220 miles off the coast of Yemen in the Arabian Sea, Socotra Island has been cut off from the mainland for so long that it's become a living laboratory of evolution. Scientists often call it the Galapagos of the Indian Ocean, but even that comparison doesn't quite capture just how strange this place really is. Here, 1/3 of all plant species exist nowhere else on Earth. Think about that for a moment. If these plants were to disappear from Socotra, they would be gone from our planet forever. The isolation of Socotra began around 6 million years ago when the island separated from the Arabian Peninsula. For millions of years, the plants and animals here evolved in complete isolation, developing in ways that seem almost impossible. The result is an ecosystem so unique that when botanists first arrived, they felt like they had discovered an entirely new world. The most famous of Socotra's strange inhabitants is the dragon's blood tree, known locally as the Dracaena cinnabari. These trees look like something a child might draw if asked to imagine what trees look like on Mars. They have thick, sturdy trunks that branch out suddenly into umbrella-shaped crowns of densely packed leaves. From a distance, they look like giant umbrellas scattered across the landscape, or perhaps enormous mushrooms growing from the earth. But the dragon's blood tree gets its name from something even more mysterious. When the bark is cut or damaged, it bleeds a deep red resin that has been prized for thousands of years. Ancient civilizations believed this crimson substance had magical properties. The Romans used it as medicine and dye, while medieval alchemists incorporated it into their most secret formulas. Even today, the local Socotri people harvest this red resin, believing it has healing properties. The trees themselves seem to defy the normal rules of botany. They can live for hundreds of years, growing incredibly slowly in the harsh, arid climate. Their unusual umbrella shape isn't just for show, either. It's a brilliant adaptation to the island's environment. The dense canopy of leaves creates shade for the tree's own roots, while the shape helps collect moisture from the air during the brief periods when clouds roll in from the ocean. But the dragon's blood trees are just the beginning of Socotra's botanical mysteries. Scattered across the island are desert roses, but these aren't the delicate flowers you might imagine. These are massive, bulbous plants that look more like enormous potatoes with flowers sprouting from the top. Some of these desert rose plants, known scientifically as Adenium obesum socotranum, can grow to be 10 feet tall and live for centuries. The desert rose has adapted to Socotra's harsh climate in an almost alien way. Its massive, swollen trunk stores water for the long dry seasons, while its bark has developed a waxy coating that helps prevent moisture loss. During the brief rainy season, these strange plants burst into bloom, covering their bizarre forms with delicate pink and white flowers that seem almost impossible given their peculiar appearance. Walking through Socotra's landscape feels like exploring another planet. The island is dotted with bottle trees, another endemic species that has evolved to store water in its swollen trunk. These trees, Dendrocysio socotranus, are actually related to cucumbers, though you would never guess it from looking at them. They can grow up to 20 feet tall, with their trunks becoming massively swollen to store precious water during the long dry periods. The bottle tree is actually the only tree in the cucumber family found anywhere in the world. Think about that for a moment. Somewhere in Socotra's evolutionary history, a cucumber plant decided to become a tree, and it succeeded. This is the kind of biological impossibility that makes Socotra so fascinating to scientists and so mysterious to the rest of us. The island's plant life becomes even stranger when you look at the smaller species. There are succulents that grow in shapes found nowhere else on Earth, flowers that bloom in colors that seem almost artificial, and shrubs that have developed survival strategies so unique that botanists are still trying to understand how they work. One of the most peculiar is the Socotran pomegranate, which grows as a twisted, gnarled tree that looks ancient even when it's young. The local people have used this plant for generations, but scientists are only now beginning to understand its unique properties and why it evolved so differently from pomegranates anywhere else in the world. But Socotra's mysteries extend beyond its plant life. The island is home to animals that are just as strange and unique. There are birds here that exist nowhere else, including the Socotra sunbird with its distinctive curved beak, perfectly adapted to feed on the nectar of the island's unique flowers. The Socotra warbler has evolved its own distinct call, different from any other warbler species, as if the island's isolation has even changed the way its creatures communicate. The waters around Socotra are equally mysterious. The island sits at the meeting point of different ocean currents, creating a unique marine environment. During certain times of the year, these currents bring up nutrients from the deep ocean, creating feeding frenzies that attract species from across the Indian Ocean. But the island also has its own endemic marine life, species that have adapted to the specific conditions found only in Socotra's coastal waters. What makes Socotra's isolation even more remarkable is that it's not just geographical. The island has been culturally isolated as well. The Socotri people speak their own language, Socotri, which has no written form and is completely different from Arabic. For generations, the knowledge of the island's plants and their uses has been passed down orally, creating a living library of botanical wisdom that exists nowhere else. The Socotri people have developed an intimate relationship with their strange environment. They know which plants can be used for medicine, which ones provide the best materials for building, and which ones are sacred and should not be disturbed. Their traditional knowledge represents thousands of years of accumulated wisdom about how to survive and thrive in one of the world's most unique ecosystems. But this isolation that created Socotra's wonders is also what makes it fragile. Climate change, increasing tourism, and economic development all pose threats to the island's unique ecosystem. Some of the endemic species exist in such small numbers that the loss of even a few individuals could push them toward extinction. Scientists are racing to catalog and understand Socotra's biodiversity before it's too late. Every expedition to the island reveals new species, new adaptations, and new mysteries. Some plants discovered on Socotra challenge our understanding of how evolution works. Others provide clues about what our planet might have looked like millions of years ago, before the continents settled into their current positions. The dragon's blood trees, in particular, have become a symbol of conservation efforts on the island. These ancient trees grow so slowly that the ones we see today have been growing for centuries. If they're damaged or destroyed, it could take hundreds of years for new ones to replace them. Yet they face threats from overgrazing by goats, collection of their valuable resin, and the changing climate patterns that are making the island even more arid. One of the most haunting aspects of Socotra is how it makes you question what we consider normal. When you see a forest of dragon's blood trees for the first time, your brain struggles to process what you're seeing. These aren't the trees we're used to. They don't follow the patterns we expect from nature. They look designed, as if someone created them for a purpose we don't understand. The same feeling comes from encountering the desert roses. These massive, swollen plants with their delicate flowers seem like nature's joke, as if evolution was experimenting with impossible combinations just to see what would happen. Yet they thrive in Socotra's harsh environment, perfectly adapted to conditions that would kill most other plants. The island's geology adds another layer to its mystery. Socotra sits on what geologists call a microcontinent, a small piece of continental crust that broke away from the Arabian Peninsula millions of years ago. The island's mountains rise dramatically from the sea, creating different climate zones and microclimates that have allowed even more specialization among its plant and animal species. In the island's interior, the Hillier Mountains create a different world entirely. Here, at higher elevations, some plants have evolved to take advantage of the slightly cooler temperatures and increased moisture from passing clouds. These mountain species are often even more specialized than their lowland cousins, adapted to survive in the thin air and rocky soils of the peaks. The coastal areas present yet another set of evolutionary challenges. Plants here must survive not only the arid climate, but also the salt spray from the ocean and the occasional violent storms that sweep in from the Arabian Sea. Some have developed waxy coatings on their leaves to protect against salt damage, while others have learned to actually benefit from the minerals carried in the sea spray. But perhaps the most mysterious aspect of Socotra is how it makes us reconsider our assumptions about life on Earth. This small island, roughly the size of Rhode Island, contains evolutionary experiments that challenge our understanding of what's possible. If such bizarre adaptations can evolve on one isolated island, what other impossibilities might be hiding in unexplored corners of our planet? The island also raises questions about time and change. The dragon's blood trees we see today are essentially living fossils, remnants of ancient forests that once covered much larger areas. As the climate changed and the continents shifted, these trees survived only on Socotra, where conditions remained stable enough for them to persist. Looking at them is like looking back in time, seeing what our planet's forests might have looked like millions of years ago. Scientists believe that Socotra may hold clues to understanding how life adapts to extreme isolation and environmental challenges. As we face global climate change and habitat destruction, the lessons learned from Socotra's unique species could prove invaluable. How do plants survive in increasingly arid conditions? How do ecosystems maintain stability when cut off from genetic exchange with related species? The answers to these questions might be growing right there on the island, in the form of dragon's blood trees and desert roses. Yet for all the scientific study and conservation efforts, Socotra remains fundamentally mysterious. There are still areas of the island that have barely been explored, still species waiting to be discovered, still evolutionary adaptations that we don't understand. Every answer seems to lead to more questions. Every discovery reveals new layers of complexity. The isolation that created Socotra's wonders continues to protect many of its secrets. Political instability in Yemen has limited access to the island for researchers and tourists alike, inadvertently creating a buffer that has helped preserve its unique ecosystem. In a strange way, the island's remoteness and the challenges of reaching it have become part of its protection. But this protection comes at a cost. The Socotri people face economic challenges, and the temptation to exploit the island's resources for short-term gain is always present. The dragon's blood resin, for example, commands high prices in international markets, creating pressure to harvest more than the trees can sustainably provide. As we learn more about Socotra, we're forced to confront uncomfortable questions about conservation and human impact. How do we balance the need to study and understand these unique ecosystems with the need to protect them? How do we support the local people who have been the island's guardians for generations? How do we preserve something so fragile in a world that seems increasingly unstable? The story of Socotra is ultimately a story about the incredible creativity of evolution and the fragility of the natural world. It's a reminder that our planet still holds surprises, still harbors mysteries that can change our understanding of what life can achieve. In a world where we often feel like everything has been discovered and cataloged, Socotra stands as proof that wonders still await those brave enough to seek them out. The dragon's blood trees continue to bleed their crimson resin, the desert roses continue to bloom in impossible beauty, and the bottle trees continue to store water in their swollen trunks. They represent not just unique adaptations to a challenging environment, but symbols of life's determination to find a way, no matter how isolated or difficult the circumstances. Deep in the heart of the Sahara Desert, in one of the most remote and inhospitable places on Earth, lies a mystery that can only be truly appreciated from space. The Richat structure, known to many as the Eye of the Sahara, is a geological formation so perfectly circular, so impossibly precise, that when astronauts first spotted it from orbit, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Picture this: you're floating 250 miles above the Earth, looking down at the endless expanse of the Sahara Desert. Sand dunes stretch in every direction, broken only by the occasional rocky outcrop or dried riverbed. And then, suddenly, you see it. A perfect bull's eye pattern carved into the earth, stretching nearly 30 miles across. Concentric circles of rock and sand, so precise they look artificial, so massive they dwarf anything humans have ever built. The Richat structure sits in the western Sahara of Mauritania, in a region so remote that few people had ever seen it from ground level until the space age began. From up close, walking through its rings and ridges, it's almost impossible to perceive the perfect circular pattern. It just looks like eroded hills and valleys, interesting perhaps, but not obviously extraordinary. It's only from high above that the true mystery reveals itself. When the first astronauts began photographing Earth from space in the 1960s, the Richat structure became an instant landmark. In the featureless expanse of the Sahara, it stood out like a beacon, so distinctive that space crews used it as a navigation reference point. They called it the Eye of the Sahara, and the name stuck. But what they were looking at, what had created this massive bull's eye in the desert, remained a complete mystery. The structure consists of multiple concentric rings, each made of different types of rock. From the center outward, these rings alternate between hard, resistant rocks and softer materials that have eroded more easily over millions of years. The result is a series of circular ridges and valleys that create the distinctive pattern visible from space. The outer ring stretches nearly 30 miles in diameter, making it one of the largest circular geological formations on Earth. For decades, scientists struggled to explain what could have created such a perfect formation. The most obvious explanation seemed to be that it was an impact crater, the result of a massive asteroid or comet striking the Earth millions of years ago. After all, impact craters are often circular, and the Sahara preserves geological features that would have been eroded away in other climates. But as researchers began studying the Richat structure more closely, problems with the impact theory began to emerge. First, there was no evidence of the shock minerals that should be present if a massive object had struck the Earth here. When asteroids or comets hit our planet, the incredible forces involved create specific types of minerals that can only be formed under extreme pressure and temperature. These minerals are like fingerprints of cosmic impacts, and they were nowhere to be found at the Richat structure. Second, the rock layers within the structure didn't show the characteristic patterns of an impact crater. Instead of the jumbled, overturned layers you'd expect from a cosmic collision, the rocks at Richat showed signs of gradual, peaceful formation over millions of years. The layers were still in their original order, as if they had been gently lifted and then carved by erosion, rather than blasted apart by an impact. As the impact theory fell out of favor, scientists began looking for other explanations. The perfect circular shape suggested that whatever created the Richat structure had originated from deep within the Earth. Perhaps it was the result of volcanic activity, a massive underground explosion that had pushed rock layers upward in a circular pattern. This volcanic theory gained support when researchers discovered that the center of the Richat structure contains igneous rocks, rocks that form when molten material from deep within the Earth cools and solidifies. These rocks were clearly younger than the surrounding sedimentary layers, suggesting that molten material had indeed pushed up from below at some point in the structure's history. But even the volcanic explanation had problems. The Richat structure doesn't look like typical volcanic formations. There's no central cone, no evidence of lava flows, no signs of the explosive activity that usually accompanies major volcanic events. If volcanism created this structure, it was unlike any volcanic activity we see elsewhere on Earth. The current scientific consensus has settled on what's called a dome structure, but even this explanation leaves many questions unanswered. According to this theory, the Richat structure began as an upward bulge in the Earth's crust, created by pressure from molten rock far below the surface. This molten material, called magma, never actually reached the surface, but its upward pressure was enough to bow the overlying rock layers into a dome shape. Over millions of years, erosion worked away at this dome, gradually removing the softer rocks and leaving behind the harder, more resistant layers. Because the original dome was circular, the erosion pattern was also circular, creating the concentric rings we see today. It's like peeling an onion layer by layer, with each ring representing a different geological period and a different type of rock. This explanation accounts for many of the Richat structure's features. It explains the circular shape, the concentric rings of different rock types, and the presence of igneous rocks in the center. It also explains why the structure is so well preserved in the dry climate of the Sahara, where erosion proceeds slowly and geological features can persist for millions of years. But even this accepted explanation doesn't answer all the questions. Why is the Richat structure so perfectly circular? Most geological domes are irregular, affected by the uneven stresses and pressures within the Earth's crust. Why did the magma that created this dome never break through to the surface, as it does in most volcanic regions? And why is this structure so isolated, with no similar formations anywhere nearby? The age of the Richat structure adds another layer to the mystery. Different parts of the structure formed at different times, with the oldest rocks dating back over 500 million years, and the youngest igneous intrusions forming perhaps 100 million years ago. This means the structure has been slowly forming and eroding for hundreds of millions of years, far longer than humans have existed, far longer than most of the geological features we're familiar with. To put this timescale in perspective, when the oldest rocks in the Richat structure were forming, life on Earth consisted mainly of simple marine organisms. The first fish hadn't yet evolved, let alone the first animals to walk on land. The continents were in completely different positions, and the climate was utterly unlike anything we know today. Yet somehow, the processes that created this structure continued working, slowly and steadily, through all these changes. The rocks themselves tell a story of dramatic environmental changes. Some layers formed in ancient seas, others in deserts, still others in tropical swamps. Each ring of the Richat structure represents a different chapter in Earth's history, a different climate, a different world. Walking from the center of the structure to its outer edge is like traveling through geological time, seeing the record of how our planet has changed over hundreds of millions of years. The harder, more resistant rocks that form the ridges of the structure are mainly quartzite and sandstone, rocks that were originally formed from sand dunes and beaches in ancient deserts and seas. These rocks have been baked and compressed over millions of years until they became extremely hard and resistant to erosion. The softer rocks that form the valleys between the ridges are mainly limestone and shale, formed from the mud and organic matter that accumulated on ancient sea floors. This alternating pattern of hard and soft rock layers is what creates the dramatic visual effect visible from space. As erosion removes the softer layers more quickly, it leaves behind ridges of harder rock separated by valleys of eroded material. The result is a natural sculpture on a massive scale, carved by wind and water over millions of years. The climate of the Sahara has played a crucial role in preserving and revealing the Richat structure. In a more humid environment, the entire formation might have been worn away by more aggressive erosion, but the desert's dry conditions have allowed the structure to persist and to be carved into the distinctive pattern we see today. Ironically, it's the harsh, inhospitable nature of the Sahara that has preserved this wonder for us to discover. The area around the Richat structure is now one of the most studied geological sites in Africa. Researchers come from around the world to examine the rocks, to understand the processes that created this formation, and to look for clues about Earth's ancient history. Every expedition reveals new details, new layers of complexity in the structure's formation. But the Richat structure has also captured the imagination of people far beyond the scientific community. Its perfect circular shape and massive size have inspired theories that go far beyond conventional geology. Some have suggested that it's the remains of the lost city of Atlantis, pointing to its circular shape and its location in Africa as described in some ancient texts. The Atlantis theory gained particular attention when satellite images of the Richat structure began circulating on the internet. The structure's concentric rings reminded people of Plato's description of Atlantis as a series of circular islands separated by water channels. The size seemed right too, with the Richat structure being roughly the same diameter as Plato's Atlantis. Proponents of this theory point out that the Sahara Desert wasn't always a desert. Thousands of years ago, this region was much wetter, with rivers and lakes where now there is only sand. They suggest that an advanced civilization could have built a great city here, which was later destroyed by some catastrophe and buried beneath the sand. But scientists who have studied the Richat structure extensively have found no evidence of human habitation, let alone an advanced civilization. The rocks are clearly natural, formed by geological processes over millions of years. There are no artifacts, no structures, no signs that humans ever lived here in any significant numbers. The circular shape that seems so artificial is actually the result of natural erosion patterns acting on the dome-like geological structure. Other theories have suggested even more exotic origins for the Richat structure. Some have proposed that it was created by ancient atomic explosions, pointing to the circular pattern and the presence of unusual minerals. Others have suggested that it's the result of some unknown geological process, perhaps related to the structure of the Earth's deep interior. The most extreme theories suggest that the Richat structure was created by extraterrestrial visitors, either as a landing site for ancient astronauts or as the result of some alien technology. These theories point to the structure's perfect symmetry and massive size as evidence that it couldn't be natural. But again, detailed geological studies have found no evidence to support these ideas. What makes these alternative theories so persistent is partly the structure's incredible appearance from space. In an age where we can see detailed satellite images of every part of Earth, the Richat structure stands out as something that looks artificial, something that seems designed rather than natural. Our brains struggle to accept that natural processes could create something so geometrically perfect. But the reality is that nature is capable of creating patterns and structures far more complex and beautiful than anything humans have ever built. The Richat structure is just one example of the incredible artistry that geological processes can achieve when given enough time and the right conditions. The structure continues to evolve even today. Wind and occasional rain continue to erode the softer rocks, gradually deepening the valleys and sharpening the ridges. Over millions of years in the future, the Richat structure will probably be worn away entirely, its circular pattern finally erased by the same erosion that revealed it in the first place. But for now, it remains one of Earth's most distinctive landmarks, a bull's eye in the desert that can be seen from space, a natural wonder that challenges our assumptions about what geological processes can create. It serves as a reminder that our planet still holds surprises, still has secrets waiting to be discovered, and mysteries waiting to be solved. The Richat structure also represents something deeper about human nature and our relationship with the unknown. When we see something that doesn't fit our expectations, something that challenges our understanding of how the world works, we reach for explanations that make sense to us. Sometimes these explanations involve lost civilizations or alien visitors, because these seem more plausible to us than the idea that natural processes could create something so seemingly artificial. But the truth about the Richat structure is in many ways more amazing than any of the alternative theories. It's a record of hundreds of millions of years of Earth's history, a natural sculpture carved by processes so slow and patient that they're almost impossible for us to comprehend. It's a reminder that our planet operates on timescales far beyond human experience, creating wonders through the gradual accumulation of small changes over vast periods of time. Standing in the center of the Richat structure, surrounded by its ancient rocks and looking out toward the horizon where its outer rings disappear into the desert haze, you can feel the weight of geological time. This place has been here since long before our species existed, and it will probably be here long after we're gone. It's a humbling thought and a reminder of our small place in the grand story of our planet. The Eye of the Sahara continues to watch over the desert, a perfect circle of stone in an ocean of sand, holding its secrets and slowly revealing them to those patient enough to listen to what the rocks have to say. The Earth is full of wonders, some carved into mountains, some hidden deep underground, and others standing silently in places no one can explain. The locations we've explored today are just a small part of a much larger puzzle, one that challenges everything we think we know about our world. But with every discovery, the mystery only grows. If you enjoyed this journey into the unexplained, be sure to subscribe and explore our other videos for more places, secrets, and stories waiting to be uncovered. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time.